All right, so I guess we're ready to start now. Yep. Okay. Hello, everyone. The thing here is kind of like weird. So anyway, I will start. Okay. Thank you all, everyone, for being here for our Big Data Conference 2021. I guess I speak on behalf of all the organizers when I say that it's very, very nice to have you with us today, and also the people online. We're glad to be able to actually interact with human beings this time, which is a much better way to have a conference. And but of course, the online people are also just as important. But yeah, we're going to start now our first day of the Big Data Conference 2021. And basically what's going to happen today, I have the program here. So I'm going to give you a very, very quick rundown of how we're going to do it. So we begin now. We have some an introduction round with our Vice Chancellor and the Director at DISA. Then after that, we have our first speaker, which is Farzaneh Etminani, and then until 10:30, more or less. Then we have the coffee break until 11. After 11, we have a second session with 2 more speakers before lunch. Then I'm going to, of course, say the details about each speaker later, but this is just a quick summary. Then we have the lunch between 12 and 1. Then after that, we have, again, 3 more speakers. Then the coffee break, and the final session after the coffee break is then what we call the 1 year in review of DISA. So where we all the people who are responsible for each of the sub areas of DISA will then speak a little bit about the research and the work that was done during the last year in DISA. Right. This is just a quick rundown. Now, the next thing we're going to start with is we're going to hear some words from our Vice Chancellor, Peter. He really wanted to be here, but unfortunately he was double booked. So what we have now is a video of him. And then after that, we're going to have also some words from Professor Velflove, which is the director of DISA. And now we go with Peter.
Good morning. My name is Peter Aronsson. I'm the Vice Chancellor of Linnaeus University. I'm so happy to welcome you to the 7th Big Data Conference at Linnaeus University in Växjö 2021. If you're not satisfied after 2 days, you can continue to satisfy your appetite with the 9th Swedish workshop on data science, also in Växjö, hosted by Linnaeus University this year. You have in front of you a rich program with keynotes, thematic groups, and once again, for those of you on campus, the usual setup of social conference interactions in between the scheduled events. Online possibilities enhance the on-campus experience in new ways we will explore for years to come. Linnaeus University is committed to meet societal challenges and to set knowledge in motion for a sustainable society. The ecosystem needed to do so is vast, open, well organized, and need access to big data that fulfill high expectations of quality and in accordance with open science principles, hopefully well known to you. The FAIR principles: findable, accessible, interoperable, reusable. An open digitalization of knowledge exchange is on the agenda in Sweden, EU, and the world, helping to make faster progress, as in the research behind the vaccine, taking place in a global collaboration in a never-before-seen speed to the benefit of mankind. But as always, any inquiry starts with a relevant and well-put question. A conference is a good place to get deeper into the architecture of those questions that big data can bring powerful answers to act on. And perhaps the conference And big data also can enhance our capacity to raise questions in better and more powerful ways. Once again, a warm welcome to Linnaeus University and good luck with an important conference.
Good morning, everybody. Also from my side, my name is Welf Löwe. I represent DISA, the Linnaeus University Center of Data Intensive Sciences and Applications today. And we host this conference, which is the 7th conference already on big data. And we also host the workshop on data science later this week. I was told to be brief, and nobody loves lengthy welcome addresses anyway, but I have to put the spotlight on our 10 great research groups that constitute actually DISA, that constitutes this Linnaeus University Center. We have AdaptWise dealing with self-adaptive systems. We have deterministic and stochastic modeling dealing with the statistics and the mathematics foundations of data science. We have computational social sciences dealing with aspects of groups of people in connection with big data and what to learn about that. We have the group on e-health with, of course, tons of data coming their way in order to find new ways and new sets of treating people and guaranteeing well-being of people. We have the astroparticle physics group. This is how close we get to rocket science here in our Linnaeus University Center. We have forestry, wood, and building technology, some technology groups also moving towards data science or exploiting data science more and more. We have the data intensive digital humanities. Yes, even in the humanities, data science is getting more and more space. We have our own computer science core groups on data intensive software technology and applications. We have the software visualization group that is of great support and of great interest to many other groups in order to make sense out of data at the first glance. And we have the biggest group that is also one of the latest groups, the smart industry group. We will learn more about these groups, their research, their findings later today. So this is just a spotlight on what DISA is all about, actually. DISA has been existing for almost 5 years, and that is a good occasion to look back at our achievements. Well, at least our achievements as they fit on a small slide. I don't know if this is the most representative summary of what we have achieved. But anyway, next to these 10 great research groups, which you can read more about on our website, we have also achieved the establishment of the industry research school. We have enrolled a few PhD students already. Some are in the room. Welcome to the conference. We will learn more about this research school and the industry connection of DISA tomorrow. But this is one of the achievements that we are quite proud of as a Linnaeus University Center. Of course, you have the usual numbers, the numbers of publications, the numbers of external fundings, and the numbers of PhD students that you could enroll and educate in the Excellence Center. Well, we do have numbers too. That's maybe not so important, not so interesting for each and everyone, but we could be proud of also the numerical measures of our achievements. And we are a center on data science after all, so numbers do matter here. But more interesting is the quality behind these numbers. And just to put a spotlight on the quality here, we have achieved Nature and the science publications. Gian Giacomo is in the room. Yvonne is hopefully watching us via Zoom. So these researchers have contributed to publications that made it to the top-ranked journals in the world in our fields. Back to the numbers, DISA has the highest quality efficiency, meaning, well, every crown you invest in DISA is getting the most output compared to all Linnaeus University centers that have started at the same time. We hope to continue 5 years more with a focus on, well, national and international visibility, and of course also research collaboration. I could go into the details of the strategy on how we want to approach Europe and want to become more visible nationally. I skipped that because, as I said, I was told to be brief. There is a dedicated goal to extend our visibility towards Europe. We do have some ways to achieve that goal, but maybe that's something to be discussed during the 2 days. And if not, during the sessions, we will have a final panel discussion where we could look at our strategies and the way forward a bit more in detail. With that, I hope you have some great days, some great inspiration today. Welcome once again, the few people who could make it here and the thousands watching us in the country, probably not thousands. But without further ado, I give back the word to Raphael, our program chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ralph. All right. So after these introductory words, we're now getting ready for our first speaker, Farzaneh. And just before we start with her, I want to say that the next 3 speakers are actually all representatives of the Health Innovation of Sweden, or HIOS, which is a digital innovation hub composed of LNU as the organizer university. Then there are 6 regional innovation hubs, and also with the involvement of RISE, the National Research Institute. So the next 3 speakers are then representatives of this HIOS innovation. And yes, now we move on to our first speaker, Farzaneh Etminani. She is associate professor at Halmstad University, working in machine learning, so associate professor in machine learning. And she works with the Center for Applied Intelligent Systems Research, also known as Kaiser. And she's going to talk about information-driven care, taking steps towards the near future of healthcare. So please.
Yeah. Thanks for the introduction. So I will dive into the Okay. I will start with this slide, which is a kind of motivation. And it's about showing that artificial intelligence has been a kind of, healthcare has been hottest category of the deals over all the applications that AI can be applied to. And when it comes to research, AI has been grown rapidly or exponentially in the past 7 years. If you look at the market here, for example, it's just a global market between 2016 and up to 2021, you can see a kind of 10 times growth. And that's just the motivation to show that healthcare has the potential to be invested both from the company side and research side. But why and how AI can be helpful? This slide, it shows that you can see on the left side the healthcare system characteristics at the moment, and the right side the reforms that are needed, and they are pointed out in many reports from different national and international organizations. I will walk through some of them. The first one shows the reactive perspective. Most of the healthcare systems, or maybe all of them, are reactive, meaning that they wait until the people get sick and then they start to react. While, especially during the pandemic, we saw that we need to be more proactive and step further to be more predictive and preventative, to be able to act before it happens, predict what will happen in future, and be able to prevent it. Then the second one is a good example of precision healthcare. So most of the healthcare systems, again, are one size fits all. The treatments works on the average person, while it has been proven several times that it should be more individualized depending on the person's characteristics, not just the disease, but other factors. It should be adjusted to the person's needs and the status. The third one is centralized. You need to go to somewhere to receive the healthcare services. While again, pandemic showed that we should work more on the decentralized approaches, which means that out of the hospital or care centers, we still need some, or it is possible to have some services out of the hospitals, which means mainly homes. And the other ones you can see on the screen. But why these are possible nowadays and not probably 10 years ago or 20 years ago, it's both availability of the high quality data together with high computational resources. So artificial intelligence, in short, has the potential to transform the care delivery. I just pointed some examples of impacts that AI can have in healthcare. Most of the AI were focused, or through the past years, have been focused more on the care outcomes. This is where you can see the direct impact on the diagnostics, prognostics, and where AI could probably outperform human, for example, in radiology, which is more image-based, and where AI can show the impact on compared to a human reader. But patient experience can be even get more improved. Why? Because the healthcare system is episodic. We just meet people, or physicians or nurses, the healthcare staff meet people in a scheduled time, and they are on their own. Patients are on their own between these care episodes. So it's really helpful that we can provide more empowerment that those times that patients are on their own. And AI can have impact on access to healthcare services. And it's important here because AI is not going to be a replacement. It's going to be an augmentation or complement to what we have today. So access to healthcare services in those areas that is not possible to have all the expertise in one hospital or one care center, then AI can be a good supplement. And maybe I don't need to walk through all this, but the diagnosis time, it can speed up the process by providing a summary over the patient's status, over the history of the patient, which usually the doctors have no time to look at the whole history. And here are some short examples, not everything that AI can bring, just short examples. It can start with self-management tools like mobile health applications. That is like a lot you can see on different platforms. It can be a symptom checker. It can be some e-triaging or screening tools. It can be even digital pills, which is mainly on the clinical trials. They have tested that people who are suffering from chronic diseases and need to take like medications in a daily routine, they might tend to forget how to track them, maybe asking them to eat a sensor together with a pill, that the sensor is digestible and it sends a signal. So even that's probably the end of the extreme, but it's possible and it has been under investigation. And on the left side, you can see more on the care improvement and even hospital management. So not just on care outcomes, but on the system level, also AI can be of help. Diagnosis, prognosis, and so on. But what are the challenges when it comes to artificial intelligence in health? When you look at the different reports coming from Europe, US, and different parts of the world, many people point at these three levels of scaling. The first level, which I walk you through, is more on the low-hanging fruits, image-based applications. So it's more where AI can show its impact in a day. But that's a good example for starting, like pathology or image-based applications are a good example. But it's not the only thing that is possible. The next level is, I call it enculturation, which means that we want to democratize care in different levels, not just on image-based, but more adding different aspects like oncology is a good example, not just image-based, but also other clinical evaluations and the patient trajectory, journey during the health episodic care. And the last level is more on, you can see AI as a clinical decision support tool that is integrated in the routine care that patients, healthcare staff, including practitioners, nurses, and even healthcare administrators can use it for different perspectives. So there is the aim, actually, the final aim. Again, I'm trying to have motivations why AI is important in healthcare. But a recent report by WHO shows that by 2030, we will have 10 million shortage of healthcare staff. And that shortage is a good motivation for a kind of AI can be a good replacement, because according to different studies, it shows that up to 70% of the time of healthcare practitioners can be saved by putting it on the AI shoulder. Because if you look at a physician, for example, how much of the time of the physician is really put on the patient, it's like 30%. The rest 70% is on the administrative task and working with the computer to insert the things. And then a sentence from a nurse is that we are educated not to meet the patients, not to work with the computers. So that's a point that probably AI can be more into the healthcare system to alleviate this workforce shortage. And the main thing is now, I think we don't need, like 10 years ago, we need to motivate why AI is important, how we can show that the performance is good enough. But now it's more on where we can use it that has the highest impact. So the question is not if AI is important or vital, if it has changed, or where we can use it that has the most impact, which means that we need to work on user adoption. These are the three main areas that AI can work in healthcare. I started with the smallest one, which has the least attention in the past, is health innovation. Then is on the population health management, and the most areas, if you search in the internet, is more on the healthcare operations, as I mentioned, these different care outcomes. If I talk a little bit about the challenges we have, why AI has not been that much developed compared to other application areas. If you go to stock market, if you go to other application areas, AI is a little bit behind compared to others when it comes to healthcare. I can conclude all in these three items. The quality of AI solutions is important. And I start from design. The design of the healthcare services that are AI-driven is very important. It's not that, for example, I myself as a data scientist, they give me data and I say goodbye and they come back with a very good high-performing model, which is useless. Why? Because it doesn't take into account what's the needs, what exactly the practitioner needs. Although it's a very good, like 99% accurate, but still there are still a lot of questions. So the answer is human-centered design is a good approach. So it should be human in the loop all the way and not just one time from the beginning and the end. Then the performance, of course, that's the job of AI experts, that they should provide high-performing, more accurate, and I don't know, different metrics that we are aware of, sensitivity, specificity. We don't doubt that they should be high enough, and we need to work on the state of the art as much as we can. And the last, but was probably the most important for today's talk, is about transparency. AI has been a high topic for a long time. But why in healthcare is the least used? Because it's not transparent. We can say that, okay, this person has Alzheimer's with 90% probability. But the doctors ask, why do you think What are the reasons behind it? What are the explanations? So the transparency is that the AI is a black box. We can show some outputs without providing detailed explanations. The answer, which is the rest of my talk focused on, is explainable AI. This slide is from DARPA. I hope that it's okay that I present it because it's a nice figure. So they started like 5-6 years ago. And how AI working today is that we usually work like this. We have a lot of data available. We train our models, test it, and it works perfect. Then a new data come in, like the image of a cat, and it says, okay, 93% it's a cat. But why? Why not a dog? Why not a tree? There are a lot of questions that you might get as a user. So what we or people believe that explainable AI should look like is that the whole process is the same, but the last place is that, if I try this one, yeah. So here, we just don't see the probability only. We see also some explanations because of the shape of the ears and the shape of the texture and other explanations that is human understandable. So here we can see that the inside of the black box is now a little bit more transparent to the end user, and they can understand a little bit. Hopefully the user is happy. So the need to explanations comes from different target audience. Depending on the target audience, which is a nice review, categorize them in these 5 groups, and I listed them in the top. It can include user acceptance and trust. It can come from some legal aspects like fairness, right to explanations from GDPR thing. And it can be even for a data scientist to make sure that it's not biased towards a product is good enough and it's not biased. So different reasons are behind this. And depending on the target audience, starting from the users who are affected by the model, like patients, it differs because they want to understand why this decision has been made for them. To the users that are the domain experts, like doctors, they want to trust the model and make sure that the reasons are knowledge-based. It can be data scientists to ensure that the product is efficient enough. And it can be even regulatory services and entities. So this is the short list. The reasons can be trustworthiness, fairness, causality, privacy, depending on who is the target. What are the explanations? How does the model look like when a person like a doctor is working with that system? This is an example for example, predicting flu based on these symptoms. And the model says flu, and the decision maker wants more explanations, which can be like this, that it puts some weights on different symptoms, negatively or positively, driving for flu, which is more now a little bit, I'm not saying that this is the best, but it's a little bit opening this black box. Depending on the type of input, the explanations can differ. This is an example coming from images. I will first show a natural image, which everybody understands what I'm talking about. And the next slide, I will show an example from medical domain. So this is an example that shows a heat map I will talk about the top image only. So this image classified sheep as 26% and cow for 17%. But if you ask why sheep and why cow and ask for a heat map, here we can visualize the importance map that the most red part is the most important part to have this decision for sheep and the rightmost for cow. So this heat map is more explainable just compared to just saying that 26% a sheep. So this heat map can work the same on brain images, which is from our recent research application that we accomplished. So this is an example of brain images, brain PET scans, that has been classified as 4 different classes. This is Alzheimer's disease. This is a mild cognitive impairment. The down one is the kind of dementia, which is called dementia with Lewy bodies. And the right corner is the cognitively normal cases. So you can see the differentiable pixels in this image highlighted that shows which brain regions are arguing most for Alzheimer versus MCI, DLB, and cognitively normal. And it's more human understandable. By human here, I mean the radiologist, neurologist. So this is a short story about the whole thing about AI in healthcare and explainable AI. Now I want to talk a little bit about what do we do in Halmstad University and information-driven care, continuing the discussions that I had today. Recently, we got a KK research profile. We call it Kaiser Health, which is a kind of an extension to Kaiser, but it's a new KK profile. The theme is the same. So we want to walk through AI in healthcare. And here you can see our partners in this slide, which I don't want to mention all of them. You can read them. But the main research idea is the same. The vision is information-driven care. And we want to walk towards those key items I talked in the beginning: proactive, participatory, precise, and preventative care, this 4P care. And these are the 3 main research areas that is very well connected to what I talked as the motivation: precision healthcare and management, connected health, and healthcare implementation. These 3 subject areas, all under this umbrella, work tightly together. One for more on AI, one for connecting home to hospital care, and the other is not just studying the research, but also implemented in practice in different clinical trials. Why this is possible? Because of, I will talk about Health Data Center. Okay, so I will talk about it here. It seems that I missed that slide in my presentation. So here, Health Data Center. We recently launched a platform, we call it Health Data Center, which is, we try to centralize the health data that we have access to, which includes Region Halland, the region that we are located in, the municipality, health-related data, and other authorities. So we can have a 365 view over patients. If we look at the patient level, patient can have different visits to different organizations related to their health. And if we can look at it, we call it patient trajectory. Because as I mentioned in my previous slides, these visits that the patients have to the system, we only have that information. If we can have a more overview, which is more enriched with other sources, considering the other sensors that can be collected, data can be collected and launched in one platform, that's a very good and probably dangerous overview over patient level. And precision healthcare, you can see here what I mean by precision healthcare is it can include any type of data from behavior, from omic, proteomics data, from electronic health record data to sensor data. And the outcome can be mortality, prognosis, diagnosis, and different types. The other project that we have is called Lund, which is Artificial Intelligent Use of Registers, together with Lund University. And the main aim is to see how machine learning can increase quality and efficiency of healthcare. We focus here on more cardiovascular diseases. So the main aim is very similar to information-driven care, as I explained it before, but it's focused on a specific type of diseases. But it has angles like ethical, legal, and diagnostics. So it's not just diagnosis, because it's when it comes to AI, we need to touch a little bit of ethics as well as legal aspects. We recently also got a project, Vinnova funded, which is about preparedness for future pandemics, which, as you expect, it has been happened after the pandemics, if there is an after, I don't know. But it's again a team effort. It's not just Halmstad University. And the main goal, as I mentioned, is to develop new tools and infrastructure to improve preparedness for future pandemics and disease outbreaks. With the help of, again, we are talking about information-driven aspects, not every tool. Then on the same level, we have under the vision-driven health track, we have more on the mental health illnesses. Again, the concept of individualized, information-driven, and scalable healthcare through AI applications. So we try to study how artificial intelligence can intervene, where to intervene, and how to intervene to have the most impact for different diseases. Why diseases are really important to study specifically, because if you think about mental health compared to other types of physical health, then you can see the difference, that it's that the type of intervention, the type of the platform that you want to study differs. And the final one is about clinical trials and implementation of precision health in cancer care. And you can see the main aims here: to increase access, not only to healthcare, but also to clinical trials. So what we aim for is to have a center for running clinical trials on information-driven care. As I mentioned, when it comes to AI in health, there are like thousands of publications that they just study a very good high-performing algorithm. But the problem is that not many of them have studied what are the problems when you want to implement it in practice. What are the challenges? What are the problems that the healthcare staff don't dare to use it? Is it legal aspect? Is it ethical aspects? Or is it just a trust problem that the doctors don't trust? Do they feel uncomfortable that they might be replaced soon by that algorithm? It's a lot of angles. So it's very important to have all the aspects. And clinical trials are a good platform to study such things. And if you're interested, it's in Swedish, which is not good for me, but for many people, it's a book recently published by a team of researchers at Halmstad University and other also from Region Halland together. They published a handbook for information-driven care that has like a touch of many aspects that I talked today, from federated learning, which means a kind of distributed learning, to ethics and law. I try to be as short as possible to walk you through some motivations and general description over AI in healthcare, and directly dive into the research direction that we recently started at Halmstad University, and a few examples of some of our recent research projects that are considered under the umbrella of information-driven care. I'm more than happy to hear your thoughts, comments, questions. Yes?
When you talk about issues connected to AI in healthcare, you do not talk about the big issues we had when I dabbled a while ago, which was that most of the data that you can get from healthcare
is so most of the data you get from healthcare is usually not in a discrete format. So do you see this problem becoming smaller as we at least hope that their IT solutions get more modern, or like it's hard to get very good data to train an AI algorithm with?
Yeah, I agree with you, but it has become much better. But generally, I agree with you because the data that is collected is not collected for the use of AI. They are collecting it for another purposes.
Yeah.
So that's correct. And still a lot of data preparation and quality issues still exists. And that is much less compared to 10 years ago because of many reasons. Researchers are, even healthcare researchers are interested in that. But I agree, it's not as good as we expected when we look at the data, when we open it. But it's like if you look at the structured part, it's like ICD codes, the coding is more or less better compared to before. But most of the valuable information is in clinical notes. So it's still a lot of job from data scientists to extract those symptoms, and many important things are in the clinical notes. And from nurse to nurse, from physician to physician, it differs how they really write about it. So it's still not as good as we expected, but much better than before. And the main reason is that the intention that they are collecting that data is not for research. So it's not, it's more for probably resource allocation and billing purposes and not for that. I agree, but we don't have that much option. I personally work with Region Halland data, for example, and it's much better than like before when we compare it to 10 years ago.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Yes.
Thank you for this wonderful talk. My question regards the tension between what is possible with AI and what is legally or ethically acceptable. Do you see this continuous discussion or tension or discourse a hinder in your research, also compared to what's going on in the US and in China? Or do you see that more as an opportunity that we are, so to say, doing AI and machine learning in the e-health area in a way that is acceptable and more adopted by physicians and the population in general?
Yeah, that's a very good point, actually, because if we compare US, China probably is in the forefront, then US and North America in general, and then Europe is behind, not in terms of scientific aspect, but in more in legal and what's possible. I agree with you, and the regulations, like this digital pill is a good example. In US, we saw like 3 years ago, they studied a clinical trial on digital pills, while in Europe, they're not CE marked, and without that, we cannot continue. So that's a kind of a roadblock somehow. But when it comes to smaller scale, I think we can do some middle solutions like small scales to show that it's possible and it's not dangerous. Working on that fields that's not as crazy as what China is doing. So they are far forefront when it comes to using AI in real like hospital care, and they have like completely artificial intelligence running hospitals in some areas. But yeah, the rules are banned, like a kind of limiting us. But I think we still have a lot of opportunities left. And when we can show that it's working, then we can push the borders a little bit. I mean, every now and then we see the medical device regulations are updating, and the new ones somehow they are alleviating some of the things. For example, the recent one, when I checked, it says that as long as you don't do patient individual level and on group level, it's okay. So it seems that they are a little bit understanding, but at the same time, when it comes to specific patient treatment, then it's more, you should be more careful. So maybe that's a good point, that we need to work on more on population health. So yeah, we will find our way. Yeah, I think there were more questions.
Yes, thank you very much for inspiring talk. I totally agree with you here, especially in this last project that you were explaining, where you have this the test beds, that the level of what is possible on a scientific or a technology level, it differs a lot from what is used or implemented in daily healthcare. And I wonder, do you have any results or earlier results from this part, or what is the key things to if you want to implement new AI technology in today's healthcare in Sweden or Europe? What are the main obstacles?
Well, probably region to region, it might differ a little bit.
Yeah.
From my experience, I'm not very good at answering Sweden level because of I work just in region Halland. So I know that's a little bit different. Region Halland probably is a forerunner in terms of using information-driven care in both management, administrative tasks, and a little bit on healthcare level. We are now under the Kaiser Health KK profile that I mentioned. We are running 2 research projects that are studying the same thing. One is under we have developed a relatively good readmission prediction algorithm for heart failure patients, and we are studying it in clinical practice in a clinical trial, of course, to see how much we can improve the readmission for heart failure, if we can help the physicians in making the decisions, a wiser decision when they want to discharge a patient at the time of discharge. If the patient is going to be readmitted in 30 days, then probably take another decision or make some more interventions like home visits or nurse calls or something like that. So we are studying the same thing that you are mentioning, the challenges. And the challenges, I think, differ from region to region. Even in the same region, I've worked with several primary care units in the same city, and some primary care units are more advanced in terms of accepting IT solutions compared to other care centers. And it was like shocking. We are in the same city, like small city, like Halmstad, and one primary care outside of the city is very well accepting. We were studying an app that the hypertensive patients are installing their phones, and many interested people showed up. While in the middle of the city, which we expected more IT-friendly people, less people showed up. So even I think in terms of a city, small city, different primary care centers have different approaches of being more digital compared to others. So I cannot really answer the legal aspects overall in Sweden, but I'm sure that region to region it's a little bit different, and some regions are more ready. And if you look at the infrastructure, what is very unique, I'm very talking about Region Halland, maybe, but it's they have an integrated data platform that has integrated both the pharmacy, the health, monetary and non-monetary resources around the patients by linking all these platforms. So if I look at a heart failure patient, without knowing the person number, it's anonymized in that sense, but it shows that this person has picked up these medications, these times, visit to the inpatient and outpatient clinics this way, so we can have a complete overview of health-related data that is collected there, which is unique. If I go to other regions, it's not that easy to collect all these sources. So I think the infrastructure also works differently. So readiness is a key factor here. Maybe AI solution is ready, but the infrastructure is not ready to accept that. That's, I think, a short, not an answer, but an explanation.
Yeah, I agree with you that it's very differs a lot, but it has many aspects of it.
Yeah, probably because we have small region, and that's more easy to do that compared to bigger ones, which is more difficult to collect that information in one place.
Anyone else? So that
I have a question about you mentioned about the data is not structured. So I guess or I hope that you have already found that how the data should have been that. So do you have any proposal or discussion ongoing with the industry how you want to collect those data in the futures?
You mean non-structured data?
I mean, for the AI to be better, you might have already found that if the data would have been collected in the other format or in other way,
Yeah.
the AI would have worked a little bit better. So
Yeah.
is that discussion going on with the authorities that is
Yes.
that for the future we want to have the data in that particular way?
Yeah, a very good question. One of our partners is a software developer which developed that journal system for the hospitals. And they are very interested into that. At the moment, they are very structured, considering the structure that the healthcare professional wants, but not what AI wants. So that's where they can be in the middle. We don't want to push more burden on the healthcare staff to write this and that, which is probably asking more. But in the middle solution is that AI can extract those symptoms that we are looking and those structures that we want before that we need it. So yes, we are talking to these companies, and they are our collaborators in some of the projects, and they are interested to test it and see how much it can, because it doesn't really interfere with the usual clinical practice. It's adding to their software, which is a good thing. So yeah, that's part of the job actually, and challenges.
Thank you. Yeah. So I work a lot with visualization and visual analytics workflows, and we've been doing some things with explainable machine learning and things like that. So, and I saw that you have this. Well, you had this screenshot with the brains, images, and so on. And one thing that I've noticed while working with this is that when we're talking about interpretable or explainable machine learning, is that the machine learning itself becomes data, right? It's like you're analyzing the data from the data analysis process, right? So it's like data about the data, and I realize that I think there's a little bit of a trade-off, because sometimes I've seen works of explainable and interpretable machine learning where the interpretation itself is sometimes more complicated than what was before that. So what were your experiences working with it? Did you notice this kind of let's say trade-off between how complex the explanation must be, or how simple it must be, in order for people to actually use it or enjoy it, let's say? So
yeah, that's a very good point, because that's the point that it needs interdisciplinary research and not just data science, machine learning expertise, because how we know that what type of explanations are needed, that we ask or prepare the model to create that. So that's what we are doing together with end user, which is at the moment the physician for that specific, like heart failure readmission prediction. They are asking why this person that you're saying that is going to be readmitted in 30 days with 90%, why? What are the reasons? Because the reasons is important on my further decisions for that. So the type of explanations we are asking, okay, what type of explanations you want? Do you want us to show some of the features that are arguing, or do you want? So we are asking what type of explanations, and then we build the explainable AI on top of it. Because if we don't do that human in the loop approach, then we are separated. And as you mentioned, the type of explanations is, even we cannot explain that much about that explanation. It is created. I don't know. But this is how it works, unfortunately. And even worse, I have experienced that the same model, the same input, two explainability approaches provide two different explanations. And I cannot explain
why. So you have to explain the explanation.
Yeah, I cannot even explain the explanations for three different. I have even published a paper, two different explanations of the brain images I showed, The same brain goes to the same model, and two different heat maps coming from two different approaches show different regions. And which one I can really show to they cannot trust even not the model and not the explanation. So that's really a point of research. So we should work on this. That's why I pointed it as a hot topic, because of the importance of explanations itself, and as you mentioned, how to visualize it in terms of natural language processing, depending on the type of input. We need a little bit of manipulations there.
All right, great. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
So yeah, I agree, and I actually like the fact that working with the domain experts, it adds a little bit more of a restriction that kind of like holds you down and doesn't let you go all the way, with everything that you can imagine. So you have to make it simple. It's important. So yeah. If there are no more questions, I would like then to thank our speaker for this amazing talk and this amazing discussion. So can we please make a round of applause? Yeah, and now we're ready for the coffee break. So please make yourselves comfortable with the with the food and the drinks, and we're coming back in half an hour at whatever is half an hour from now, 11. Yeah, we're coming back at 11 or sometime around that. Thank you.
Yeah. And I
Yeah,
want to
Alexander.
just present it in English.
If you could try your microphone, just to see if everything works.
Yes. Do you hear me?
Yes, excellent.
I do hear myself in your speakers, but maybe you unmute yourself when I present. Or you mute yourself, I meant. Yeah.
Right now it's like this, but we will be muted while you present.
Perfect.
Hello, testing, 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me, Alexander?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, good.
And you hear me, I assume.
Yes, sounds loud and clear. Good to go, Romain? Mm-hmm. No worries, just let me know. Hello, testing, 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you. All right, so it's 11 and we're ready to go. So thank you all for coming back from the coffee. So we are ready now to move on. As I talked a little bit before the coffee break, these next two speakers are still representatives of the HEOS, the Health Innovations of Sweden. And our next speaker is online. There he is. He's Alexander Mattsson. He has a PhD in social epidemiology and is presently working as a database coordinator within the National E-Infrastructure for Aging Research, also known as NEAR. And this is what he will then talk about today. So please, Alexander, welcome, and the stage is yours.
Thank you so much. So, I am Alexander, and unfortunately, you have to listen to only me here today. I was supposed to present this together with Ulrika Isakssons from Blekinge Technological Institute, but she was not available today. So I will present the NEAR, and also I don't mind being interrupted, so if you have anything that you want to clarify or discuss in the middle, please do so. However, I do have my PowerPoint in presenter view, so I don't see if you write or anything. So just shout out and I will stop and wait. So I will present NEAR, the National E-Infrastructure on Aging Research in Sweden. And I have a small outline here. So I will give you one slide on the background of NEAR, and then I will go into what is NEAR, some information on the databases included. Then I will just show you a couple of the ongoing projects. And at the end, I will show and tell how the process for applying for NEAR data. And if I can wish for any outcomes of this talk, it is that you go in and look at our web page and our platform and possibly even apply for data from us. So to start with, Sweden and aging research. We have a very good situation here in Sweden when it comes to aging research, and we are very prominent. We have many researchers and professors that are well known in the world, and that is also based or thanks to our good data we have in Sweden. We have good statistics, we have personal numbers that we can link different registers, and we have very high quality register databases. On top of that, we also have a long tradition and very good population-based studies. Approximately 15 quite big in the field of aging, and these are kind of the foundation and how the idea of having a national infrastructure for aging research came to be. So I will start presenting these universities, which is 8 that are in the consortium that is NEAR, and it contains 15 databases that is population-based longitudinal studies where we have collected data. And you can see them in the map here. The ones in white in the middle of the Swedish map is have national coverage, while those black dots are more local and they are in that geographical area. For example, the Betula project is in Umeå, while KP and Snack Kungsholmen is in the small island of Stockholm called Kungsholmen. So I will start by saying that NEAR was funded by VR 2018, and we have to 2022, and we call that phase 1, building. So we're still in the building phase, and we are trying to create this infrastructure. It's not complete yet, but we are working on it, and it's still some issues that needs attention and needs to figuring out, and we need to learn how to do our process as smooth as possible, so it's constantly changing and upgrading. However, VR had a huge call for infrastructure funding, so we had to apply already now, and we were lucky to get it. So those starts from 2023 and reaches 2028. And we call that phase 2, consolidation and expansion. So what is NEAR? It's an infrastructure for aging research. And basically what it means is that it's an online interactive database and platform. And so what do? We have in these population-based studies, we have taken all the data collected and documented it in a coherent way, so all of it can be presented and understood. And we present all this information in our online platform for researchers to come in and search and see what data is available. And we create and deliver data sets based on applications from researchers. So if a researcher have a question they want to investigate, they should write an application to us, and we together with them will look at the data we have and make a data set that fits that research question. If wanted by the researcher, we can also support with the data management plan and do analysis. We also do workshops and try to have an outreach activity. We have done before COVID, we did in-person workshops and meetings. And during COVID, we've had two online, and the picture to the left is a hybrid version where we do different things related to NEAR. So back to the databases and the PIs of these databases. We have 15 studies or databases included, and it's the same as you saw in the previous picture, but here you also get a picture of the PI for the specific database. And as you can see, they're spread out all over Sweden, and some of them are very prominent in the aging field. So if you have done anything on dementia, you probably encountered one or two of them. So NEAR is a dynamic infrastructure, and we're based on an ongoing exchange between the local data. We call all these databases the local databases, and then we have the central NEAR, and we are located in Karolinska Institutet in Stockholm. I'm working at the central NEAR. So we call ourselves a dynamic infrastructure, and that is because we are changing all the time, dependent on the discussion and the development within the local databases and what the users would like us to be and have from us. But as I said before, we are an online interactive database and platform. We do operate in a project-based manner, and we do hope to be even better in the future. First, for our development and that we become better at doing what we're doing, but then also that we have some, not all of these databases, but some of them are still ongoing, approximately half. So when we collect new data, it also comes into our interactive platform. We also would like to become bigger in the sense that we include more databases and studies. We also aim to do linkages with the different registers. So we want to include, for example, Swedish dementia register and also drug registers. Some of the studies already in NEAR have already linked their data to in specific ways and data collections to the participants, but we want to do it on a more structured and easier way for everybody. So why would someone want to use NEAR? NEAR offers high quality data, and we have a strong tradition in Sweden for population-based studies, and each of the study sites are responsible for keeping up the high quality, and they have done that, some since the 70s, and they are well renowned already and have provided a lot of good research, so we know that it's high quality data. Combined, it's a very large database with many participants and detailed information. So we get the good thing of having many, but since they are done locally and for purposes, they have very detailed information. Of course, this makes it difficult as well because they don't ask the same questions, they don't do the same examinations, and that's where we as NEAR come in. We also have great geographical cover of Sweden for having this kind of data, and it's a long follow-up time. We also offer not only the data through NEAR, but we also offer collaborations and expertise because we see each project as a collaboration between the different studies included in the specific study or project. So it's more than only the data. We also want to have a collaboration and exchange of expertise and knowledge. So, as I have said a couple of times already, 15 population-based longitudinal projects, and they are all about aging and care and aging and health. Together, it's more than 180,000 people that are above 50 years of age. And most all of them is collect information through direct interviews and or clinical examination. It varies a bit dependent on what data collection event and which study. I will come more to the specific variables and the data we have, and we have a long follow-up. So we have tried to illustrate what kind of data we cover in our studies. So if we were expecting it to be more of a pyramid where all databases would have like a foundation of similar variables, but it didn't become so much of a pyramid because you see that the number down here in the right corner indicates how many of our databases that have information or variables in this category. So you see they are quite similar, or they're not similar, but they have collected similar data. It's only when you come up to here biomarkers advanced where only a few have the data. So basically you can say that there's a cost gradient in the pyramid of the cost gradient of collecting data. I mean, MRI and GWAS is a little bit more expensive and difficult than other measures we can find in the broader categories down here. But as you see, there's a lot of socio-demographic variables, there's a lot of self-reported health and well-being, lifestyle and behaviors, cognitive function, social and physical environment, geriatric syndromes, disability and physical functioning, informal care, informal care, then the more advanced measures. And I think this is a good representation of the field of aging because aging field is very interdisciplinary. You attack the big question of aging from all disciplines, basically. Me, myself, started as a sociologist in university with interest in statistics. And then I ended up at Karolinska Institute where health and aging become more important. So aging combines many different disciplines. And if you have any questions on this, maybe we can come back to more specific information of the variables we have, but this is a quick overview. Here, I'm sorry that it's a little bit difficult to see, but we have tried to make it look nicer. We could maybe choose different colors, but it's quite difficult. So this is each of the databases and the data collection events, and for each of the cohorts included. So if we look at age 70 here, for example, they have the longest ongoing data collection, and they have multiple cohorts. And you can see that in all of our databases, they have collected data different times, similar times, and it's a bit messy, but when we try to fix that in Near Central, when we're going to use it combined. So our vision is to identify effective and sustainable intervention strategies for better health and more effective care of the older population. And we try to do that by providing high quality data for scientific as well as public health utilization. And we think that our data is good for investigating determinants, pathways, and underlying biological mechanisms in disease and health conditions, or to assess and plan healthcare for older people, also to address issues of social inequality in aging and health. Of course, you can see many more areas, but this is the areas we put forward to begin with. And we hope and we see many users of NEAR, and now we are still in the building phase, but we have started, so we're still waiting to see a little bit how it goes, but it looks good this far. So on a national level, we see researchers, health and social care organization, and industrial actors. On international level, we see basically the same, but also maybe other consortia similar to us, also international organizations like WHO, and of course governmental agencies, and they can use NEAR data for different purposes, and industry and other private organizations on all levels, both non-profit and for-profit. Of course, there comes a lot of legal matters and difficulties working with different users, but we're working on solving all of this stuff. Yes, and then we have some ongoing projects, and here I just show a abbreviated title for the project, and we can start with sleep and cognition. It's a person from Gothenburg University who is the PI for this project, and he uses 4 databases. Here we did not do harmonization, as is maybe a prime goal for us sometimes, but it's not correct to harmonize data in all of these studies all the time. But this project, we did coordinated analysis, which means basically that we do the same kind of analysis and define all the variables as similar as possible. And then we run the analysis in each separate database. And then we have to take a decision if we want to move on with meta analysis or if we stop here to compare them. In this case, we stopped and compared the different results, and this article is almost done. Then we have a project called Physical Function Before Death, and here we can really see that we make use of NEAR because the aim is to look at disability like 2, 3, 4 years before death and see if this how disability before death have changed over time. So we really needed a lot of databases, and we are using 9 databases in this project, and we're trying to harmonize this data. We are almost done with the harmonization, so soon we will start analyzing the data and write the article. Then we have a validation study that is validating an instrument for measure that is called health assessment tool. So it is a measure that predicts your development in health from age 65, if I remember correctly. Then we have some other ongoing projects, as you can see here, and they are in very different subjects and areas. So life course determinants and health, air pollution and MRI, social exclusion and cognition, sleep and physical impairment, simulage, green brain, yes, and going on. And here it's said planning, which is a little bit harsh to say. We have started all this actually, except the 2 last. Then I'm showing you a schematic view of how NEAR works. So we have the NEAR Central with an external web interface that the researcher see when they visit our platform. And then we have the internal web. So the user, that could be scientific, public health, or private sector, should look at our data and make an application, send it to us, and we have an internal process between the local databases and us to decide how we move forward. Excuse me. So now I will move into how to apply, and I take a harmonization project as an example because it's usually a little bit more, how do you say, it's a little bit more demanding in times of project leading. So I use this as an example. We have approximately these 9 steps that we have to go through. So a researcher have to come to our platform, create a login to make the application that is submitted online. And an application should include, of course, contact information. We also demand that the main applicant has a position that is a little bit more stable because we don't want to put a lot of work into this project and then the person change job in. Of course you can change job anyhow, but we would not like to have someone that is a PhD student in their 3rd year doing it, because then we know that they will move on and it might be difficult to uphold the project like this. So we demand contact information, and we demand the title and a short description of the project, including a well-defined aim. We want a list of variables for the project. This does not have to be the actual variables we're going to use, because that is a huge undertaking to identify, because we have a lot of variables. However, we want to have like a data schema that says which variables you aim to get, so we can start searching in our database and identify which studies that have it, etc. You need to have an ethical application, but you don't need to have it at the moment of submitting an application to us, because it's not needed. Maybe we have to see if it's feasible for us to conduct this project. So, but you have to start thinking about it and tick a box that you will submit one. You have to read the NEAR policy and agree, and you can only have one application at a time. And I started talking about identifying the data wanted, and here are here are the links to our platform, so you can start searching. There's also Maelstrom Research here, which is our Canadian collaborator, and so we have basically copied their way of doing this. So we have our own, but we also collaborate with them. So we are presented on their webpage too, and they have a long tradition of harmonization, and we're really happy to be able to collaborate with them. Then we have, to identify the data, we work with different templates where you browse our platform, you collect the information you want, and you sort it and document it in templates to keep track of everything that is done. And this has also proven to be good and important sometimes for the publication process. Because we have done harmonization even before NEAR started, but sometimes it's tricky to keep track of everything. So we're really happy to have these templates in place. So after you have submitted your application, we will screen it and approve it. If we see any issues or we need to define something better, there might be an iterative process to get your application approved, but it will be approved eventually. After that, we have identified which databases it should be included, and also the person from each database that knows this subject and the data well. So we make a startup meeting where everybody can discuss and plan for the future, for the work. Then starts the actual metadata harmonization. So we do not harmonize on the data directly. We have the metadata, the description of all the data. So we sit with the description of the data, look at it and see, make code and document everything in a nice manner to follow the process. And this the NEAR central team do together with the researcher and also the collaborators when needed from the different local databases if needed. Then we have some internal NEAR activities that go on, and that is that we send the data between our different sites within NEAR. We do the data harmonization, the actual data harmonization for you. We use R package or an R environment where we can do shortcuts and half automated process in the harmonization. And before the NEAR internal data transfer, we need to have the ethical approval, and we have to sign different agreements like a data transfer agreement before we can deliver any data to the user or give them access to our servers. After that, we have a follow-up from the NEAR central team where we follow the project to see how it proceeds and moves on so we can report back. We have a lot of reporting duties as the National E-Infrastructure for Aging. First to VR, but then also to our universities. I hope I manage in time, but I'm going to round up by presenting the NEAR central team. So we are 6 at the moment. It's Debra Risotto, she's the scientific coordinator. Laura Fratiglione is the director. Me, myself. Then we have a communicator, Linnea Sjöberg, a data scientist, Xiaonan Hu, and a statistician, Bolin Wu. That was all for me. Thank you so much, and I hope you have some questions for me.
Thanks a lot, Alexander. Do we have questions in the audience? Yeah. Can you have to take my microphone there.
Criteria on which you accept or reject a proposal?
Sorry, I didn't hear you in the beginning.
What are the criteria on which you accept or reject the proposal?
So we don't. I mean, we do a very simple look of feasibility and scientific relevance. That is, we don't think that we should judge this actually, but our structure and infrastructure is created a lot on independence of the local databases because not everybody is so interested in sharing the data that they have built for over 20 years or whatever. So all of the local databases, their PI have a veto on their data. They are only allowed to say no to a project if it's presently ongoing similar or a PhD student is doing it in their project, so it doesn't get too much overlap. They have the first priority on their own data. But on the other hand, if you're applying for 7 of the databases and one of them say, no, we're doing this on our own, so we will not give our data to this project, then we say, okay, we move on with the other 6, and that everybody's aware of and fine with. Now I didn't hear you again.
Okay, now?
Sorry, but I don't hear
Do you hear now?
Yes, now I hear.
Okay. All right. So, yeah, if we don't have any more questions, let's thank the speaker, please.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we move on to Anna Nordström. Romain, can you fix it again? The Canva. I know I'm talking to you. You can hear me. Okay, start again. Our next speaker is Anna Nordström. She is adjunct professor at the Department of Public Health and Clinical Medicine Units, section of Sustainable Health at Umeå University, and also professor at the Arctic University of Norway in Tromsø. And she's going to talk about research based in health data at Umeå University and Region Västerbotten. Welcome, Anna. Please take the stage.
Better now? Yeah. So you've heard about the tech specialist on AI, and then you heard about the database specialist. And I'm giving a talk on big data, but I'm actually a doctor. So I'm the one sitting with the need and wants. So you will hear more about what I need and what I want and where I am at the clinical level. And I'm always looking for collaboration of you tech guys and others that want to use the data and help us move forward. So you'll get not the depth that you have with Cobra's lecture before today, but more of a need and wants. So we have a situation in the healthcare that you're probably well aware of. We have spent about 10% of our GDP on healthcare. This number will only rise. And why do we know that? Well, one factor is that we demand better healthcare. We have better quality and the health costs to develop. The second factor of that is also that our population is getting older and older. In Sweden, yay or nay, we lead the league in this case. Our population is old, it is getting older, but compared to the rest of Europe and the rest of the world, we have an aging population. So we are already there. And the data will drive even more in the future. And we put up over 1.6 billion a year on healthcare. There is also a problem with this aging population. Today we have over 2.3 million seniors in Sweden. This is where we have the main consumer of our healthcare today also. So the more they age, we age as a population, the more our costs will drive. So how do we handle this from a population-based perspective? Well, we have to think about how do we make our healthcare better and more innovative? So we want to use data to be able to do this, right? We still want to treat people. We want to do a good job. We want to push them to use more preventative care measures and take better self-care. But we still need to do the work we're supposed to do. And our way to see it in Sweden, that we are innovation leaders in Europe. We want to do this, of course, with innovation, more effective ways to work. And the funny thing we have about 1 zettabyte of data to be able to play around with. But the data is maybe not, as you heard of Cobra and before, the data is not in optimum shape to be used easily. So 80% of the data is really hard to work with. So this is something we need to take care of or think about when moving forward, when we are developing better healthcare systems. But this is enormous amount of data, and how should we use them? That is the big question we have. Right now, we don't use the big data so much. We have the use in pharma, for example. It's back office, it's in research and development. How do we make better predictions of the genetics factors? How do we personalize? That is factors that we can work with within the pharma side. When we come to hospital and healthcare, then we work with insights, and there we haven't come so far yet to use these insights. We usually use them in back office end, how to predict scheduling costs, how to predict how much electricity we use, but we haven't used it so much, for example, for mortality predictions, or how do we use these as tools in our toolbox as doctors. Some of us are afraid of using it, others are not, and that is probably because we have different opinions what big data is and what algorithm is and what they are supposed to be used for. For me as a doctor, it's another tool in my toolbox. It's not the truth, but looking at, for example, at blood samples for generic tests at the lab that we order every day, we have a wrong margin of about 5 to 10% on normal samples. So we still need to validate and look at the samples and say, does this make sense for my patient, for my view, my feeling of the person I have in front of me? So the big data, the algorithms can help me in that decision, but it doesn't override my responsibility as a physician. And I think it's important to have that dialogue also when introducing new solutions within the healthcare. What we are afraid of often when you talk to physicians, nurses, and so on, that is that we will be overridden and not have a say of it. But that's not where we are at in the hospital today. The other factors that we need to work with is the person-centered data. This is, I think, where we have mostly to gain and where we haven't done so much progress yet. This is an exciting field within medical health prevention wellness factor. And here, healthcare is very far behind everyday living. So we accept our watches, they are getting smarter, our phones are getting smarter, they're giving us insights, we're using it in our daily lives. But when it comes to healthcare, we are not incorporating these data yet. So there is a lot to learn. I think the patient is quite receptive for this, to use it, because they're already using it, but us in the healthcare is not used to it. So we get afraid and ask questions about security in most issues. So for me as a doctor and trying to do innovation and doing prevention studies within healthcare, one of the main issues becomes, how do we create values? How do we create values for the target person that is sitting in front of us? That is the possibility, what we can use with patient-centered data and how we collect the data, how we put it together in one package. This sounds very easy for me as a doctor. We think we will get the black box and everything will just put out in the other end. And of course, that's not it. It's a tremendous work, but we have to start somewhere. I've done a little bit of data research in different areas, and our main focus areas has been big data in national registers and in clinical research. It's been quite fun. So I've chosen to give you some case examples from how we work from the clinical side. We often start out with the problem, the needs and wants we have, and we look at data and we look for data in those aspects. So one problem we've been working with the last year is the pandemic. We have about 600,000 new cases every 24 hours. These are data from this weekend, and we have had over 259 million diagnoses in the world, and we have had over 5 million deaths so far. So that's what we are standing in right now, that we are not handling, or we're trying to handle within the healthcare and get the whole world on board as well. The Swedish numbers is that we have had about 1.2 million affected, and we have had about 15,000 deaths so far. And this is quite a good case showing how big data actually can help to empower decision makers as well. So let's see, hopefully not too small. I put a lot of data up there, and hopefully you'll get the slides afterwards, maybe. I chose to put in, we had a case, we wanted to look at this early on in the pandemic. We didn't know anything about risk factors. What happens out there? Everything was new. And we had a lot of fears on how to continue developing healthcare and how to take care of this pandemic. Will it be like a more serious flu? Where we will be at? So we started working with the national registers, and that's basically what I just wanted you to see the complexity to get this to create it. Our big data sources in Sweden that's available for everyone after, of course, ethical permission and permission from the owners of the databases. It's from Statistics Sweden, where you are able to get data on anything almost, income, education levels, where you live in Sweden, municipalities, area, you can get who you're married to, and so on and so on. So that's good background information to have when we're trying to see what is the truth in the data. Another good resources with several different registers is the National Board of Health and Welfare. They have data on who has gotten the disease, other diagnoses that you want to examine in relation to the COVID diagnosis. They have who has had hospital care, who has had ICU care, who has got different kind of medication, who has died from the diagnosis. And so you have to know what registers to pull, otherwise you will get too much data and you will not make sense of it. Then you have to put together, so you maybe get 1,000 files and then you have to put it together. So this was basically about 500,000 citizens in Sweden, and we identified 34 different risk factors for the severity of COVID-19 diagnosis. And this we could feed back into Anders Tegnell and the Folkhälsomyndigheten to help them out with their decision making. So my job as a researcher and doctor is more, what's the problem? Can we deliver the data? And then it's up to the policymakers how they use it. And this case was actually quite fun for us as researchers because we gave them the data when we submitted for publication. So they got it early on and they could actually use it also to determine risk, identify risk groups. For example, Down syndrome was a clear group that stood out in risk, for example. Another group we found, and you've also seen in the media, is the elderly in long-term care facilities. So we moved on to that topic next when it comes to the pandemic, and that was the need and wants that we needed to know what's the problem. So in this case, we did a nested control. So we took cases with verified diagnosis of COVID-19, and we compared it one-to-one with the same similar selected population at the long-term care facility, and was looking what's the factors, what is the increased mortality risk in this group. And we found that it was 40% increased risk. And it was not a specific diagnosis as such, it was frailty that lay behind it. And that was a clear indicator we really need to take care of this group as a combined group. You can't, it's a really frail group. It's not what kind of diagnosis really they had behind, but more the frailty of the population. We could also see that we had about 7 times increased risk compared to Norway and Denmark elderly population. And this is the reason we got it into our elderly care facilities. So this is another reason what you can use if you have the data early on in public decision making. Who should work? Do you need vaccination? How do you handle the care of the elderly, and so on? So it's quite rewarding for me as a researcher to see that the data doesn't just get published in a really good paper, but it actually makes good and gets to the decisions makers in this case. So the next question that came up in the data here was herd immunity. I think you've heard about it. So if we vaccinate our population, how much do we need to vaccinate to actually get effect on to quiet down that we don't get any new pandemic going again? Right now we're in the 5th wave, so it's not working so far. So again, the goal was to look at families in this case, because we gather at home at the dinner table and so on. This is where we get close. We've been good to keep distance in our social life or in our working life. I've had a lot of European friends sending me pictures with a laugh saying, well, it's not so big difference from our Swedes. They send a picture on a bus stop before and after, and everyone is keeping like 1.5, 2 meter distance, and we're quite good at it in Sweden. But we still send our kids to school where there might be 1,000 students at that school, and kids don't keep their distances. The kindergarten kids definitely don't keep their distances, and then they go home to their family. So we wanted to know, to make sure if we're going to make policies and who to prioritize in vaccinations, both in Sweden, but also maybe in countries where there's not that good access to vaccine, who should you prioritize in this? And we could, in these data where we collected from the same registers, we have about 1.8 million Swedish citizens in 800,000 families. We put again data from these different registers, vaccine registers, from disease registers and risk factors, and how does their socioeconomic level look like? How many was there in each family group? And then we compared to what happened the more if the whole family was unvaccinated, and the more they got vaccinated, and saw what happens with the contagious contamination within the family. And we could see that it had quite an important part of how we can work with herd immunity within the families. So this is quite good data just to have for policymakers as well, taking decisions forward. The next question that came up not so long ago was, okay, can we mix vaccines? We compared vaccines and saw that a lot of elderly in Sweden, that was our primary groups to try to take care of, and they are vulnerable, and we prioritized vaccines for this group, and they got Astra vaccine. So was it a good vaccine? How well did it stop the pandemic compared to other vaccines? Can we switch vaccines? Do we need to use the same vaccine at one vaccination to the second vaccination, and so on? So we actually had a look at this, what happens in the data when you switch vaccines, and what's the effect you have afterwards? What's the risk of getting a contamination afterwards the pandemic? And here we can see that with homologous Astra vaccine, it was about 50%, but with the data, it was between 67 and 79 with the heterologous vaccination, and it was quite safe. So in this case, we wanted to see, can we combine? And the second was, is there any additional risk for side effect? And there were no additional side effects from mixing vaccines either. So this was also good data to give early on to the citizens, the Folkhälsomyndigheten in Sweden, to make them go for the decisions. So this has been really fun work. It's not often that you get data in time that they actually can see and listen to. We've had a really transparent discussion in Sweden compared to many other countries. So this has actually been fun as a researcher to be in this. We worked also with data on mortality risk as a risk predictor for the hospital in the clinics for the elderly. And you can use different systems to look into this question, of course. We chose to look at hip fractures because they often comes from the frail persons that falls. They are elderly, they're about 80 years old, but it is considered a tracer diagnosis in the world because you treat hip fractures basically the same in Sweden if you do in US that you do in India. You can't, it's a good set to see how do we differ in care, what's the quality of care also, because is there any side effects of the treatment, increased infection, and so on. So we took out data from this and could include the whole Swedish registers, and then we took out this diagnosis and saw what was the importance of how we treated it. And why was this good to do? Well, in the same time that we had this data for 10 years, and those 10 years, we also had a reduction of 16% of hospital beds, the same. Because we try to say in the healthcare, and we think this is correct also, that if we get better at our job, we should push our patients out early because they will get better care at their own care facility or at home. So a good quality means that we've pushed through the patient through the system and out early on. What we could see is that, yeah, it could be, but up to a certain point. If you go too fast, they will not get the proper care they need to be able to manage later on. We pushed them out too soon. And here we could see that every day shorter than 10 days stay at the hospital increased mortality risk with 12% per day. And that's very important information for me as a clinician to have when I'm standing there with too few hospital beds and need to prioritize which patient should I send. And I'm, as a doctor, as a clinician, I would not necessarily get this information because I'm only responsible for the period where they are at my clinic. I don't know what happens with the patients when they go out of clinic. So these data, the clinicians wouldn't get the feeling for just looking at their own clinic. Another concept we've started working on is digital twin, and that's the fashion word within healthcare, right? Get the digital twin, make sure what can happen in this. We have a lot of analytics and data for this. We have been working with a case study called Healthy Aging Initiative, where we've done health examinations for 70-year-olds since 2011. We've measured over 6,000. And we try to do 5-year follow-up as well on this group. We collect over 1,800 variables. There is over 20 million data points. We have objective measures, surveys, blood samples, and genetic data storage as well that we are not counting in this. We are continuously collecting data every day. And we have seen that with this intervention, they come to us, we test them for about 4 hours, we send them home for a week with accelerometer data that we get, and then they come back, they get the health intervention talk and additional resources, and then we can follow them and track them through national registers. And through this work, with this little intervention, we could actually cut myocardial infarction with about 50% and also mortality rates with about 50%. And getting algorithms like this and trying to figure out what's important, that is what is driving us to do a better job. We need better tools to go further. This is the start. That is knowing what is today and what do we want to change in the future. So we've done a lot of clinical work trying to see which parts can we work with smarter solutions? How can we use connected health to get forward? And we've seen that we have clinical presented data. There is a lot of problems, but there's also a lot of possibility, and it's an area that needs working with. And I think it's necessary to work close to the healthcare staff that can help figure out which data is good, which is not so informative, what's the needs and wants. But it's also when we're now trying to get better clinical healthcare records to make it easier available for search and so on. We have commercial real-world health data that we're not using today. We have consumer digital health device generated data we are definitely not using today. Me as a physician, we go almost like when they come with Excel file and it's all written out and we really don't know what to do with it. So that's where we are today. And of course, we also have health suggested data from different apps that we are not using. So what we do need to do is right now today, we're at the set where we're doing targeted investigations in one of these areas, but we are not putting it the health map. We are not tracking it full out. So I think this is where we need to collaborate, the big data sets, the clinicians, and the algorithms, and put it in reality and see what happens and make the system work, putting the pieces, the links together. And that's where I think is the challenges coming forward. We're still looking at the pieces, trying to make improvements in the pieces, but we need to figure out how to put it in one set. So that was what I had to say about big data from a clinician point of view.
Great. So, do we have any questions? We still have a few minutes before lunch. Yes. Do you have okay. Take my. Thank you.
Yeah. Hello, and thank you very much for a very interesting speech here about must be nice for you to be able to use this register data in such a hurry, because I know it usually is like a year and years after then you can have the results to it. I was a little curious, but you said that about the statistical analysis that you performed on this, because you have this big data, and you said that you found out were the 34 most the important factors for getting a bad COVID outcome. How do we
do it?
Yeah.
The old-fashioned way we do it in medical science, traditional statistics.
Okay, so it's like univariate. So you don't look at okay, yeah.
And then we've tried to put in how we see that it's the correct way to interpret the data with. If you have one model, how do you replicate it in another system that should show that a tracer that you've done the correct interpretation of the data, but it's traditional. And I would be happy to go over these data sets again, using more novel approaches for machine learning, for algorithms. The problem is the black box. How do we break it down to get those traditional values when statisticians and policymakers, they want to know which one? How do we get it out of it? And so we need to start collaborating. And the algorithm sector usually don't use traditional statistic, and the traditional statistics don't use AI at all. So we need to start building bridges there as well. But all the data I've shown you today, except for some of the references that we've been working in another way, but the big data sets have been traditional statistics.
Yeah, because I was thinking of like if the variables were dependent on, but you probably have checked that. And then one final question is the results here. Are they used in daily healthcare, like one of the latest?
the funny part is that actually Folkhälsomyndigheten has used our data more than getting into a regional health care setting. And I think that it's when we do something for research, especially when we do it in the traditional models, we're not coupling it to easy way for them to handle it. I would love to have put algorithms in where you can upload your own data and see what the risk factors are, depending on that you have similar situation, of course, and then you have to interpret it. But we don't have that window yet. And I would love to collaborate with someone who would want to do this work. How do we present the data out? Because that's the problem we have within research, right? We can do something. We are really good at saying, I've looked at the box and it's this box, not this box. How do we scale out the data and how do we make the algorithms or how do we use it? How do I get to use it so it makes clinical relevance for me? As it is now, I can show the paper and do the result and say, Down syndrome, this is the risk group. Then I can read it as a doctor and say, I have to be extra careful with the Downs, but I can't put it in a box and say, oh, this is the risk. I should be able, we're not using the data in that way. It's still published paper and you have to read it. You have to take it in your hard store and get the data out. So there's a lot of work to do there.
Thanks for the very good presentation and nice work, especially for the COVID part. If I'm not mistaken, most of the data you used was for from national registers.
In the COVID part,
COVID part, yeah. How much? Because I'm not sure if I'm know the details of the variables that you collected, or they have already collected. How much of it is from healthcare system, or are they reporting to that national register?
They are connected. So when we look at data from national levels, there is usually a year up to a year and a half lag before they validated data. But when it comes to the COVID registers, they've been much faster and it's nationally updated continuously. And that's a new way how they worked with the vaccine register and the pandemic contagious register as well. So that's new, but otherwise the data in Sweden is usually lagging a year and a half before they get into the system, get validated, and you get it out. That's the fastest.
Yeah, and my question is also about the variables are kind of selected. So it's not that much exploratory analysis. It's more...
There is a lot of variables. We get 1,000 data sets. So we have to know what we're looking at and why, and then we have to clean it out and put it together and choose those variables that we need to handle. For me, it's a lot of data, but we're not handling data the same way as you do on the AI side. So for you, it might not be so much, but that work takes a lot of time and experience to be able to do. And it's good to have a clinician to say, this is important for me as a clinician going into that work as well.
And is it connected to the just one-time collection, or is it...
how it's done in clinical registers in Sweden is that you have to apply and you have to have an ethical permission to be able to apply. Then you get data set out, and then you have up to certain amount of a few months that you can go back and say, this was not right, I need to complement or adjust the data set, but you get a fixed data set from that set that you've ordered out. And some of the data, I mean, I can get the register back to looking at the military conscription data back to the 50s, or I can get data set back to the 80s from registers within healthcare. So you have to know what data to ask for. But there is quite a lot of variables, and they come from the hospital and the primary care settings as well, and the National Prescription Register and the National Mortality Register. And so it's a lot of, but it's all registered data on that set.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
All right, everyone. So now we're off to lunch. You can leave your things inside if you want to, because there will always be someone here during lunch, so it's safe. Yeah, we see you all back at 1. Thank you.
And what is the time frame now? Start at 1 and...
Yes.
All right. I'm unmuted. Great. Okay, everyone, welcome back from lunch. I hope that the food and the coffee was good. And we are now ready to go on with our program. Our first speaker now after lunch is Anders Lag. He is a professor of computational mathematics at Chalmers and also director of the Digital Twin Cities Center. He's going to talk to us about creating digital twins of cities. So welcome, Anders, please.
Thank you very much. We start with discussing this concept, digital twin. So what is that? And as a starting point from that, I will talk about, have a look at, let's see if this moves. Okay, good. So let's start here with these graphs. So this is about the concept digital twin. So what is it and why do people talk about this? So this here shows in this realm of digital twins for cities, how this term has grown in the literature. So if we search the literature and examine that for the past 20 years, and we see when did people start to talk about digital twins, in particular in relation to cities. So we see that we have this curve here. How do I point? Top button, okay, sorry. Yeah. So this here shows this growth, this massive growth, starting somewhere in 2015, where people start to talk about digital twins for cities. And this here is what people used to talk about, 3D models for cities. So digital twins for cities, the 3D modeling is part of that. And that is something that people have been working on for a long time. And it is still part of what we call digital twins today for cities. But people have started to talk about something new, which is digital twins. So we can see that there has been an exponential growth, actually. If you do logarithmic plot, you can see it's actually exponential starting somewhere in 2015. So this new concept is taking over, and people talk about digital twins. So then we need to know, what do we mean by a digital twin, in particular for a city? So let's look at that. So this concept comes from the manufacturing industry. So early in the 2015, 2005 or so, people started to talk about digital twins for products in the manufacturing industry. So for a long time, people have been talking about digital twins. So this is where it comes from, and it started around 20 years ago. And then you are in the situation that you want to build something. You create a product, you create a car, an engine, and you have a CAD drawing. And then you are in a very much controlled environment, and it's sort of easier to create a digital twin. So this is something that comes from that domain, but is now starting to grow within the realm of the built environment and within cities. And now when it comes growing into this domain of cities and buildings, you get all these other technologies, GIS, 3D models, BIM, smart cities, and IoT. It sort of eats up these concepts. So 5 years ago, people talked about BIM. So BIM was the new thing for buildings, building information modeling. But now people talk about digital twins. And then BIM becomes a technology that you use when you build your digital twin. If you talk about buildings, you want to create a digital twin of a building, then BIM will be likely a technology that you will use as part of that. But digital twin is much bigger than just BIM. So let's look at some definitions. So if you go to literature and search for what is a digital twin, you find some of these definitions. So the one at the top here, so let's look at that one. It says that a digital twin is an integrated multi-physics, multi-scale simulation of a complex product using the best available physical models, sensor updates, etc. So this is one that many people refer to. So we see here this contains some key elements of what it means to be a digital twin. And some of them are, it needs to be a 3D model, it needs to be connected, you need to have some kind of sensor data, meaning that the digital twin is always updated. And it needs to have multiple purposes. So it needs to be something that you can use to do many things. And in particular, you want to use it to do predictions. So that adds the aspect of modeling and simulations. You want to have the digital twin not only to look at what the city looks like or what the car looks like, but examine properties of the system that you're modeling. To say what happens if we change something. If we add a bridge here, how will that affect, for example, air quality throughout the city? So that's the purpose. You need to do modeling. And this one here at the bottom, it's a very recent definition by researchers in the field of 3D models for cities, how they look at this. And this is one that is very close to what we do in our work on digital twins. So it should be based on 3D city models, contain objects with geometric and semantic information. So not only the buildings themselves as geometric objects, but also semantic information, like this is a building, and this building consists of walls and a roof, and it stands on some property, and so on. So the connections between the objects and the meaning of those objects. Should integrate a variety of analysis and simulations to make the best design, planning, and intervention decisions. So this includes not only the 3D modeling and the sensors data, but also modeling and simulation and the use cases for the digital twin. And this is something that we have also worked on in our center, trying to capture the most important characteristics of a digital twin. So we say that it needs to be realistic. You need to be able to enter the digital twin some way, to either using VR glasses, experiencing this maybe on a screen, which is sort of low fidelity, but entering into a VR world and experiencing this as a sort of 4-dimensional experience, so 3 space dimensions and time, and you need to have the visual as well as the acoustic experience of the digital twin. And it needs to be interactive, so it's not only a visualization of some data. You need to be able to touch that data and interact with it and change things in the model. It needs to be simulated, meaning that if you change something, something needs to happen. So it's not only a visualization of static data, but it's actually something where you can test things out and change something, move something around, change some parameters and see how that affects your model and thereby also the physical system that you're trying to capture. It needs to be integrated. So this word captures this integration with real-time sensor data. And it needs to be scalable, so it's open-ended. You can go zoom out and you can zoom into buildings themselves. So ideally, you can go inside buildings and see what happens inside in detail. And it needs to be open. So this is sort of a non-technical requirement that we add. It needs to be based on open data and open source, open science, in order for it to be scalable and extensible, not locked into some vendor-specific system that you pay a lot to use. So what are the main use cases then of digital twins? Well, I think these are the 5 main use cases that you have for digital twin. And maybe only 1 or 2 of them is sort of interest to you, but in general, these are sort of the 5 big things you want to do when you have a digital twin. So you want to use it for planning, so design, construction, renovation, modeling when it comes to cities. So you want to plan something, could be a city, could be a car, could be an airplane. Monitoring, so you have a city, I talk about cities, so you want to see what is the current status of your city. How is the traffic flowing? What is the status right now? Maintenance and operation, so you have to fix things break, you have to maintain them, you have to upgrade them. Perhaps it's a building, perhaps it's a city, and you have to maintain that thing. So then a digital twin becomes a vehicle for keeping track of all issues and keeping track of what should we do next time. Optimization, so it doesn't have to be able to find the optimum, but at least making things better, to find a better way to, for example, create the road network, a better way to create the bridges in the next iteration of your city. And last but not least, communication and collaboration. And perhaps that's the use case that is most common today. You build a 3D model of a city or of a car or an airplane, and you use that for communication of features. So you want to tell perhaps the citizens that, okay, this will be the new building block. If you have any comments, please review this sort of virtual design of this new building block. So for communication. So then, of course, the 3D model becomes very important because it's easier to understand how something will be if you have a 3D model than if you have a 2D blueprint, because then you have to interpret that. So when you create digital twins, we talk about this being something multi-physics, multimodal, having many different things it needs to be able to do. And the practical way to do this is to work with layers, data and simulation layers. So when we say, okay, we want to create a digital twin of the city, and how far can we go? Well, the limit is like the Matrix, or a virtual city that is in all respects identical to the physical city. So you don't know where you are. You can be in the virtual or the physical world. And I mean, we are far from that today, but that's the ultimate goal. And maybe in 50 years, we will be somewhere close to something where you sort of don't really know if you are in the physical world or the virtual world. But the way there now is to work within the constraints that we have. So if you want to create a digital twin, you have to say, okay, I can't do that because it costs too much. The technology is not here yet. I don't even have the data. But then you have to work with layers and say, okay, let's prioritize this layer, and this layer. So you focus on 3, 1, 2, or 3, or 4, and then you add as you go. So these are some of the layers that we work with for cities. So wind comfort, air quality, pollution, noise, energy, mobility, flooding, underground, electromagnetic field. So these are, each one of these is like an equation you have to solve, or a data set you have to somehow visualize. So you can add these one by one. And of course, ultimately, all these layers, so each layer is a model, a data set, they are all connected and working together. So for example, if you want to look at air quality, well, what do you have to do air quality? You don't just want to measure it. You can do that, of course, but you also want to see how things affect air quality. And then you need a model. So then you might need to simulate first the wind. And to simulate the wind, you need the geometry of the city. Okay, you have the wind, but you also need the sources for that equation. So you need to simulate the traffic, because the traffic is one of the sources for air quality. When you have those, you can combine those and simulate the air quality. So ultimately, you have all these layers, models, and they are all connected into one big model. But the way there is to take it by steps. So do 1, 2, or 3, connect them, okay, and then you have a new use case, you extend your model, your system, and you integrate that into your digital twin. Another important aspect of digital twins, this is in particular for cities, but I think this holds true for other digital twins as well, is that you work with levels of detail. So you have all these layers, different models, different aspects. But within each such layer, you can have different levels of detail. So you can zoom in and zoom out in detail. So you can have a coarse model, a crude model, but also a fine model. So for example, if you want to do wind simulation, you can have a quick and dirty solver that gives you some kind of flow field. But if you want to really resolve things, you might need to move to a bigger machine. So you can get an answer in like 1 minute for a very sort of rough estimation of the wind. But you can also do a detailed simulation running on a big computer cluster that takes 2 weeks. So you can have all these move between these layers of these levels of detail. And when it comes to buildings, we have these well-defined levels of detail. LOD0, that's like footprints. LOD1, then you have your footprints, and you extrude the buildings to a certain height. You have LOD1, meaning that or LOD2, you move to roofs, different roof types, so you can also resolve them in your geometric model. And depending on the application, you might need to work with different levels of detail. So in our case, we usually work with LOD1 and LOD3. So we have LOD1 when we do a wind simulation. So we use the simplest possible geometries of the buildings. But then we get the flow field, and we want to visualize that. Then we take that flow field and superimpose that on a level of three-level LOD3 model to get sort of a better visual quality of the results. So all these levels of detail, they must coexist, and you need to be able to move between them. So many cities around the world and municipalities are now building their digital twins, or at least talk about it. So in some sense, this is an elastic concept. I mean, you have these sort of, it needs to do this, 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 and this to be called the digital twin. But you can also be sort of, you can take advantage of this new buzzword and say, we have a digital twin, or we're building it, even if you only create some like 3D graphics. So many cities around the world are building this, have built it, or claim to have built it. And these are some of the more sort of some examples that I want to point out. So Gothenburg, that we collaborate with, they have come a long way. They have been working on this for at least 5 years, and their goal is to this year present the first version of their digital twin. So here you see an example from there. Digital twin, this is Linnégatan in Gothenburg, and you see you have very high level of detail. You can even see the bus stops, and maybe you can sort of read the timetable here. So if you do a wind simulation, you would not be using this because it's like too much data to even put into the computer to do a wind simulation, to resolve all the leaves of the trees. But maybe you do a crude simulation on a level of LOD0 or LOD1 model, and you put that into that model. So these kinds of models, almost photorealistic, they become important if you want to visualize scenarios. So this was used to visualize, I think, flooding in Gothenburg. So if you have this kind of level of detail, you can easily sort of give the impression of what this will look like, because you can recognize maybe even the trees or the surroundings in this building, in this visualization. Helsinki, they have been working with digital twins, or at least 3D models, for close to 40 years. So they started in the 80s with 3D models, and they had, so you can see all these sort of very old wireframe models, and they have been sort of catching up or following, using the latest technology all the way and updating their digital twin. And they have a very good setup now with very detailed and high quality models of Helsinki. So Helsinki is one of the leaders in this field. And then you have famous examples like Singapore. You have Virtual Singapore, if you look for that, where they created a huge and very complex digital twin of Singapore with the help of Dassault Systems, a very large international consulting firm that offers a digital twin within their commercial system. So this touches upon some of the challenges with digital twins. The last point here that I will get back to. So the first one, I think, is, so these are my personal sort of, having worked with this for a few years now, these are some of the main challenges that I have come across. So the first one is ownership, security, and privacy when it comes to data. And actually, the first one, you can say that privacy and security, of course, they are important. If you sort of, should you go out and scan all the citizens? I mean, of course, there are obvious privacy issues here. But the first one is actually the one that we experience the most, ownership of data. So if we want to do a digital twin of Sweden, and we have actually now built technology that we can use to create a 3D model of any part of Sweden at any time. So we can use the data from Lantmäteriet, the Swedish cadastral agency, and sort of on the fly create a 3D model in LOD1, so these boxes, and then the wind simulation or air quality, whatever we want. But the problem is that that data is not really open. So it's behind a portal, and you have to have a license or pay to download it. So if I go in as a researcher, so my university Chalmers, they have a They have a license, so I can go in, I can download data, but it's a manual process. I have to go in, I have to mark a region, I have to download some data, I have to unpack it, I have to put it into our system and run something. So it's a manual process, and I also have to pay for it. And if I download it, I cannot share it with my collaborators because I have a license saying I can only use it for my research, and if I want to share it further, it cannot be sort of the actual data or vector data. It has to be like bitmaps. So I can download data, do something, create an image, and put that into a book or an article. But I cannot really share it with collaborators. So data ownership is a problem. Also when it comes to the municipalities. So the municipalities often sit on high quality data for their cities or regions. And that data is something that they usually paid a lot to get. So then it's sort of some kind of human thing that you paid for it, and you don't really sort of want to give it away for free. So you use tax money to pay for it, and it's like, okay, it's our data, it's worth something. I cannot just sort of just give it away. And you have to talk to them and sort of negotiate and write an agreement that, okay, can we use your data for research at least? So there is data, it's a lot of data, but it's not like flowing freely. So data ownership is a challenge. Complexity. Of course, it's complex to create a digital twin of a city because, I mean, the city itself is complex. Like Gothenburg, it has been built over 400 years this year. So that means that to rebuild this digitally doesn't take 400 years maybe, but it takes some time because it's a complex thing to model. And the third one here, sustainability. And I mean that in the sense that if you create a digital twin today, how much is that worth tomorrow when the data has changed? If you hire a consultant to come in and maybe scan your campus or scan your city and build a digital twin, how do you ensure that that model is up to date even next week or in 2 years? Or will you be using that for 5 years and then you have to redo the whole process again? So I think the main solution to this thing here, sustainability, is automation. So we focus a lot on automating the process and going from raw data to high quality models. So ideally, the model should be updated continuously. As new data comes in, the model updates itself. So then the important thing is not the digital twin that exists today. The important thing is the process to create it, so you can press a button and regenerate it anytime and throw it away. And then comes in things like versioning. For example, you want to test scenarios, so you can have different versions of your city. So you have, if you use, for example, some of you might be using version control systems for software development or writing books or papers. So you have branching, so you can have a virtual twin, a digital twin that branches, and you have existing and different testing things like in a branch, and merging that back into the sort of master branch for the digital twin. So such things come into play here. So we focus a lot on the processes for how to create the digital twin so that you can at any time recreate it. Okay, so that was some background on digital twins. So I will now talk a little bit more about our center. So I come from something called the Digital Twin Cities Center. So what is that? So it's something called a Vinnova Competence Center. So that was a 2 or 3 years ago, that was this competition in all fields, across all sciences, to create something called competence centers. So we are one of those 8 that were rewarded in 2019. So the other centers are like work with batteries or medicine, so it's quite broad. But we are working then with digital twins, and it's a quite special construction in that the financing comes 1/3 from Vinnova and 1/3 from the universities involved, mostly Chalmers, and 1/3 from the industry or the municipalities. So 1/3 of the budget comes from the outside. That comes in the form of in-kind. So they put hours into the project. So this sort of ensures that large part of what we do is in collaboration with the partners. And the partners then are about 30 partners from Swedish, mostly Swedish consulting industry and construction industry and municipalities in Sweden. So you see here some big names in consulting industries from the built environment. On the academic side, we have Chalmers, we have Sofia University in Bulgaria, we have Högskolan Väst, and we now also have, not included here, we have also Aristotle University in Greece and Lund University joining now. So these are our partners currently. So we have some application process for how to become part of the center. So all these partners, they work together in different research areas. So these are the areas that we focus on. This ranges all the way from mathematics and computer science. I come from mathematics at Chalmers. I'm working mostly with modeling and simulation, and also building the digital twin platform, our code sort of software system for how to deal with all of this. But we have architects in the center working with architecture, how to apply digital twin technology to architecture. We also have people from civil engineering working with how to model the underground. So this is sort of the underground of the city. So Gothenburg is sort of built on clay, so you have to model that. That's a very complex problem to model and simulate. We also work with visualization. So I will show some examples of that. So not in particular sort of technology for how to visualize, but sort of what do you want to visualize? Which technologies do you want to use for different purposes? And also digital construction, how to use these technologies when you build things, how to use the digital twin to follow and do project management in digital construction. And we also work with innovation education. So we very recently had a course for continued education where around 30 people came and learned about how to use digital twins. So this is what we call milestone projects. So in all these research areas, we have formulated a number of projects that run over 1 or 2 or 3 years, where we, together with our partners, try to accomplish certain things. The ones that we have now are listed here, and I will next show some highlights from these projects to show what we have been working on so far. Okay, so let's start here. Visualization of environmental data. So this is a project we did together with Trafikverket. So the collaborators, the people involved are listed here. It's Chalmers, Trafikverket, and Chalmers Industriteknik, who have been together working on this project. So the basic question for this project, the research question, is how to visualize the invisible. So things like air quality and pollution and noise, they're invisible. So how would you visualize them and present these results in order to, for someone who needs to make decisions? So the audience is someone who needs to make decisions about how to build, for example, the new railway, high-speed railway. And how do you, in the most efficient way, present the results so that they can make informed decisions? So we wanted to, together with them, develop new methods for visualization of these kinds of data, and also evaluate this together with Trafikverket and use them in real projects. So here's one example of what we did in that project. So this is a big area. I think it's 180 square kilometers between Gothenburg and Borås. And here we use publicly available data. So it's height maps, it's building footprints. I think it's classification of different vegetation and road networks. So we combine this to create this large-scale model, and then we can, in this large-scale model, superimpose data from either measurements or simulations. So this is an automatic process or semi-automatic process to get from this raw data into an open-ended like game-like experience that you can go into and experience and view this huge area. So here we use, and we do that in many cases, we use Unreal Engine, which is one of the sort of two main technologies for 3D visualization when it comes to gaming. So we use Unreal Engine as a tool for visualizing our data. And then you get many things for free. I mean, the 3D graphics and shadowing and stuff like that. That's something that is sort of everyday work for Unreal Engine, and it's something that is very well developed. Something that is less developed is visualization of scientific data. So if you have a flow field of some kind, you want to use sort of add streamlines, visualize a velocity field. That's something that we have to program inside Unreal Engine. And something that's important then, how do you visualize something like noise? I mean, you can go in and experience it. We have done that as well. You can get a 3D experience of the noise in a city. But if you want to visualize it, how do you visualize noise? So the problem is, as noise, like temperature, it's a scalar field in 3 dimensions. And how do you visualize that with colors? If you have something in 2D, like a weather map, you can draw colors, like you can do something that is hot and red and something that is blue, which is cold. But how do you do that in 3D? Because if you do that, say you have a VR glass, I put them on, and I'm in a hot spot, and look around, I see only red, right? And I move here, suddenly it's blue. It's quite confusing. You want to be able to see that, okay, it's blue up there. So how do you go into a 3D world and experience or sort of visualize scientific data? Visualize, for example, noise as a 3D scalar field. So here are some of the techniques that are available, and we have tried them out. So, for example, you can go back to 2D. So you can drape the 3D field on the 2D surfaces. So you can color the buildings and the roads and the trees by some color that gives you the level of noise or the temperature or air quality. So maybe you have something on this building, something different here. You can also work with particles. So here's an example. I think this is noise in a city, and you can have these particles that sort of they become more or less intense depending on where you have high level of noise or low level of noise. You can also work with spheres of different colors and different sizes. You can see there's a big red spheres over there. So that's sort of high temperature or high level of noise. Or you can do something very simple, like icons. Okay, it's sort of quiet here. Here's a lot of noise. So different technologies. And there's also, I mean, even simple things like color maps. So which color map you should use for noise? What is sort of, what color should you be used for the point where it's sort of high level of noise? And what color map should you use for, or what color should you use for the quiet regions? So this is one example of one of the mostly used color maps at Trafikverket. So it's called the Trafikverket scale. At least we call it that. So here, green means sort of low level of noise, and this sort of brown, red, high level of noise. So we tried this out with student groups at Chalmers and sort of had them sort of fill in a questionnaire, like which of these colors do you interpret as high level or low level? And it was sort of 50-50. It was sort of not that very clear which was a good color scale. So I think the one result of this project is a new color map, a modified version of this that sort of most people find more intuitive. And here you can also see what simulation can bring in. So you can then examine the effect of putting up noise planks. So you can simulate this. You do a simulation and see, okay, this is the level of noise you get here. And then you can visualize that. So that's the purpose, to be able to ask questions, do a simulation, and visualize the results. And then you can say that this is not really interactive yet, because, I mean, this is taking steps. This is having data, performing a simulation, visualizing the results. Maybe different people are doing it. Someone is sort of asking the question, someone is collecting the data. Then another group, they are doing the simulation, and then they get some data files. And then someone puts that into Unreal Engine. and creates a pretty visualization. Of course, this needs to be tied up and be made automatic. So someone can ask the question and move things around and get an intermediate answer. So hooking things up, making this automatic is important. Here's another example, a recent example. This is White Arkitekter. They are part of the center, and they have been working with the Umeå kommun to design new bridges. So they had a commission to design 4 new bridges, timber, so wood bridges, and the research question here, or sort of the experimental aspect of this, was how can we connect these domains together? So normally the architects, they design something, and maybe they give that to a civil engineer who has to check it, so that you can actually build this bridge. Can you build it in this way? And there's some iteration between them, but it's usually not very effective because they are sitting in different worlds, using different data, using different tools, and sending things back and forth. So can we now link these together and have more earlier in the design phase, have good interaction between these domains? So this is how it usually works. So they use something, the architects, they like to play with something called Rhino, which is a software system together with something called Grasshopper. So they create their bridges, and then the engineers take over and then do something. They can use something called form finding, use technologies for sort of how do you build this bridge in a more efficient way. So you can ask, say, for example, say, I want to use this, build this bridge and minimize the amount of material used. How can we do that? And then we have been working with trying to now connect. So in this case, actually, both the design model and the form finding model, so sort of the engineering aspect, they are both implemented in Rhino. But they could, in principle, be implemented in different systems. So we're trying out something called Speckle, which is an online service that sits like a hub, data exchange hub between these different domains. And the next step that we will be working on is how to connect this to our digital twin here, add real-time visualization, and other applications. And I think, so this is one aspect of this, trying out Speckle. This is something new. And it's something that we will probably integrate together with our digital twin. This very nice service, an open source service for connecting data. So let's see what happened. So here is the initial design of the bridge, sort of a classical bridge that was designed. So you sort of found sort of the starts here, ends here, has this kind of curvy form. And then after one iteration, this came out. So this is a more efficient design of this. And then you can iterate back and forth. So you can have this very early in the design process. And this is now being tried out then on these 4 bridges up in Umeå. And the outlook here is to, I mean, this is an experimental project. It's not yet integrated with the platform that we are building for digital twins, but it's showing some promise that this can be done. And we can integrate with these tools that the architects are using. So this is something that sort of keeps coming back. So we have architects, we have engineers, we have mathematicians, we have computer scientists, and they all work with their different tools. So if you have a model, like a model of a city, a 3D model, and you asked all these groups, what is a 3D model? And they all have very different answers because they work with different tools, they have different data formats, different data models, and they might be a 3D model that is useful for an architect, might be completely useless for the person performing the wind simulation. I mean, completely useless. So you have an architect has a very good quality model, and you give that to the person doing the 3D simulation, and it will crash. So it will actually crash because it might look very good, but you might have tiny gaps between, like the building. The building might actually be floating 1 millimeter above the ground. And that is enough, because then when that guy tries to generate a mesh or run a simulation, it will crash. You cannot even load it. It's not a matter of having different formats. So you convert between that file format to the other. Even if you convert from that file format to the other, it will be useless. You have to regenerate the data. And if the engineer doing the wind simulation has a perfect mesh for that purpose, I mean, the triangles are perfect. The minimal angle over the triangles is sort of 60 degrees, which is sort of optimal. And you give that to the architect and say, I cannot use this. It looks like sort of just have some boxes. I mean, I cannot run. Where are the windows and the chimneys and everything? So different domains having not only different data formats, different models, but also very different requirements. So let me then move into some interesting things. I just want to mention it. I talked about automatic generation. So this is something we have been working on. So we can now use available data from Lantmäteriet, point clouds, and property maps to automatically generate 3D meshes. So this is the input, the property maps, and the point cloud data. And from that, we generate these 3D models. So here are some examples that we can automatically, I mean, we just press a button and this comes out. So this is Majorna in Gothenburg, and this is Hammarkullen in Gothenburg. So this is simple to generate, but you see here that this is only LOD1, so these box models. Next step is to go to LOD2 and then LOD3, so that's ongoing work using machine learning on the available data that we have, for example, also photos and other kinds of data that you can aggregate on a big scale to generate not only LOD1, but also LOD2 and LOD3 models. And when we have that, we can go into high-performance city simulation and do, for example, these kinds of simulations. So here's visualizing the wind speed on one of the Chalmers campuses, the northern one across the river called Lindholmen. Here you actually see Karlatornet coming up right now, which will be the highest building in Scandinavia, 250 meters. We're around maybe 40 meters now, I think. And here's another simulation of wind. And in all these cases, you see that this is what I talked about before. We have these low level of detail models that we use for the simulation, but then we bring them into this high level of detail 3D visualization and add things like park benches and lamp posts and trees. So I think it's time to stop there for questions. And this is our webpage if you want to learn more about this. So thank you.
Questions? Yes, you guys.
Okay. Just a simple question that probably won't have a simple answer. How do you evaluate how well your model fits real data?
So, I mean, we do validate our models. So, for example, when it comes to city wind simulation, there are actually physical experiments, and there are benchmark cases that we can check against with well-defined geometries. We can go and run those, and we can get curves, and we can fit to those curves and see how well we fit those experiments.
So you do that marginal-wise, one quantity at a time. I mean, if you take a certain point in a city, then you would have a temperature and a wind speed, and all these things are measured on different scales.
Yeah, so it's typically sort of, it can be a single building, it can be an area of buildings, a couple of buildings set up in a certain way. And then you do a validation of things like the pressure drop. I mean, sort of what is the pressure as function of sort of distance from the end of the city to something. You get a curve. So you get these kind of validations. But I mean, of course, it's not, I mean, getting the accurate wind speed at a single point. That's not sort of the goal here.
I understand that, but I mean, you surely have some sort of method for evaluating the general performance of the model, right?
But that's what we do. I mean, we have there are these well-defined benchmarks with well-defined geometries and well-defined output measures that you can look at.
Okay.
So I mean, so we do that, and I mean, and then it's I mean, and we then try to get as close as we can, trying out different, for example, different turbulence models and different material properties.
Thanks for the presentation. I want to ask you, talked about creating digital twins of cities and bridges, and how about creating digital twins of human? I mean, can we think about the same thing of having on different sicknesses? And I'm just thinking about like synthetic.
Yes. So I mean, that's. I mean, when it comes to the model, so digital twin. I mean, one part of it is modeling, right? Modeling and simulation. So, and that is one crucial aspect of building a digital twin of, say, a human. And that is something I worked on that before. I was part of a center called Center for Biomedical Computing up in Oslo. And then we did just that. We did simulations of the blood flow in the brain and the heart, and all of that can be done. And it's quite similar in that the first step is to acquire data, the geometric data. So now we sort of do scans of cities and we generate the 3D geometries. And there we did the same thing. So we had sort of DVDs with the scans of people's brains. And we took those and we generated meshes, and we did same thing as like wind simulations or blood flow simulations on those brains. So this can be done, and it sort of links to personalized medicine and so on. So what is the question then was sort of, someone has a brain aneurysm. So how would you, what would be the outcome of different interventions to that, for that person? So we try to perform simulations then to answer that question. So it's very similar. I mean, all sort of the questions that we have now are the same as we had then. How do we get the data? And then, of course, you have an even more sensitive question about sort of privacy and so on, integrity. I mean, you have a scan of someone's brain. How can you sort of share that with your research fellows? So definitely it can be done, but it's not something we are working on. But I think very similar questions come up when you do any kind of simulation as part of a digital twin for a system.
Is it valid to say that when you want to create a digital twin of a city, then it's a kind of a copy of it, but when it comes to human, you should not copy that because of the privacy issues? You should create
but sometimes, I mean, sometimes you really want a copy if it's about personalized medicine, and you have a certain person and you want to sort of say something, what is the best to do for this person? So then you want to digital twin all the persons that you come across that you want to examine and help. But I mean, this thing with we also, I mean, there are also technologies for creating synthetic data. So within the realm of the digital twin city, there we certainly don't want models of the humans, but we might have humans running around, which are not the actual humans, but they on aggregate scale, they are representative for that city. They sort of same number of people. No single person in the digital world corresponds to a person in the physical world. But if you ask questions like, how many people between 35 and 45 drive this kind of car, then you get sort of the right answer. So synthetic data for the population in that case.
Again, unfortunately, I have to step in, and I know we have more questions, but we don't have more time for that, unfortunately. So please, during the coffee break, you guys can catch up.
Yep.
But we need to move on. Thank you very much again.
Thank you.
All right, so now we move on to our next presenter, which is Senadin Alisik. He's a strategic advisor at Combitech and also a PhD student here in LNU. And he's not present, but we will watch a video that he sent to us. The video is about smart cities and digital ecosystems.
Hello guys, my name is Senadin and I'm currently work as a strategy advisor at Compitech with focus on digital transformation ecosystems. And I'm also industrial PhD students at the University of Linneo with focus on the smart cities and ecosystems. So today I will speak about the role of the data in the cities and the city ecosystems. Agenda for this session is I will briefly talk about the trends in the city development. I will also try to explain the digital transformation when we move from the building to the ecosystem. We will talk about the comparison of the buildings and the smartphones. And finally, I will tell you something about the cross-section project and the ecosystem for city development. This is currently ongoing project in Växjö. Started 3 years ago, and I've been together with other actors more or less there from the day one. Really interesting case. If we look at the trend and the traditional actors that have been working with the city development together with the municipalities for several years now, it is Skanska and NCC in Sweden, for example. And traditionally, those companies started by building the buildings. Now they're transforming their strategy and they work more with city development rather than building the products. But what is interesting to see is that a lot of data-driven companies like Google, for example, are finding the way into the city development as well. So this means that the digital transformation is changing the competition map. And today, new actors are challenging traditional city development. Google is active and building the part of the Toronto, or wanted to build it. Electrolux would like to join and build the part of the city in Stockholm. IKEA is actually moving into new sector, and they would like to start providing energy to citizens around the stores. ABB would like to build the cities. Huawei, from the communication point of view, they believe that they can utilize the data in a better way and they can be part of the city development. And Toyota, that is actually a car developer and have a lot of knowledge about the transportation, they are actually building the cities in Japan as we speak today. This means that, as I mentioned, that the competition map is changing, and we will see a lot of actors from the data-driven actors that will be interesting to take part of the cake in the future. From the research point of view, we see that the demands from the European Union for increased innovation around smart buildings opens for new possibilities, and all those possibilities are related more or less to sustainable solutions, but also to provision of the data that could be used to create more value for different actors. Increased innovation and digitalization offer new products and services and automated processes. And what we see here now is that in the same way that we had within the financial sector, startups companies called fintechs that are popping up and taking, reusing or using digitalization based on the customer data the banks own, create new values. What happened in the financial sector is that the bank had been forced by the regulations called PSD2 to open the data through the APIs, different data blocks, and facilitate innovation in the digital ecosystems, and facilitate new solutions for end users, us customers, bank customers, and this is the reason why we have Swish today, for example. This is a similar happening now in the prop tech industry, where we have a lot of technology companies within the properties that are property oriented, and they are trying to access the data from the municipalities or from different acts related to the buildings in order to create new value for the citizens. The research from the University of Oxford explaining that 82% of the landlords are trying to find a way, and they would like to connect the buildings to bigger extent. But also 72% indicates that they have a lack of competencies and the resources, and this is the main reason why we don't connect buildings in bigger scale. But we also observed is that 90% of data generated around the properties, around the buildings, is not used fully up. One of the biggest reason why this is the case, I will go into that one soon here, but I think that what I would like to present first is that we have a digital transformation of buildings in different steps in the same way that we actually experience with in the different industries. For example, car industry, where we move car from simply being a product into the smart product, connected product, and in terms of ecosystems, by putting car in the context of the city or in the context of transportation, we are creating ecosystem around. For a building, this is the same case. We have a simple building that is not connected. Analog building is a simple product. Then we are actually developing the smart buildings, and now in more and more we are trying to connect those buildings by applying Internet of Things, for example. In the next phase, we will observe that the building will talk with the rest of the city and or with other buildings around the cities, maybe with the cars as well. And in this case, we are talking about the ecosystems around the building. And finally, in phase 5, we will probably experience that the building is or cities are connected with the industries, different industries, with the ports, with other cities, and this is what we call actually interconnected ecosystems. Unfortunately, there is a lot of challenges related to this, and one of the challenges that a lot of data or all data that's produced around buildings to start with is delivered in silos. We have, for example, a lot of products that are used within in the properties. Facility management, we have a digital Internet of Things, we have digital twins, connected rooms, edge controls and edge integrations, and workplaces. For each of those, it's a huge amount of the products and solutions that are behind it. And all of those create a lot of data, of course. And this data is not integrated, is not sorted in a good way, meaning that we have a lot of silos in the end. What I believe is that we can observe building as a smartphone, meaning that if we compare with the mobile phone that we have today, we have operative system of it, we have native apps, and we have third-party apps on our phones. And I believe that the same thing can be done for buildings as well. We can have operating system for the building, we have native products and third-party products that could be developed on it. In the next phase, this could be connected to the cloud, where we have native services and third-party services as well. In that sense, so there's a lot of similarity. And if we're considering building as a platform with better data utilization, we will be able to create a new economies and more values to different stakeholders. And those stakeholders that can obtain the value are landlords, for example, municipalities, renters of users, workplace developers, other actors as well. But in order to do that, we need to find a way to create information layer in a good way. We need to integrate edge controls and other application into one solution and sort that data. And based on that, by opening data for prop tech companies or startups, we can probably facilitate the digital ecosystem with the third parties through different APIs and create what actually is usually created around platform, new business models, new services, which can actually scale in a different way. But the prerequisite is to sort that data in a good way that we have around the building. So what we can expect in the future is that cities will have digital twins. And before we get there, we really need to sort out the data produced by different actors, by different from different buildings as well. What I believe we will have in the future is that the municipalities will integrate the data into city development in early stage, meaning that they will have requirements integrated. When you build the new houses, you will probably ask for a different type of the data that needs to be extracted from that house and integrated with the existing platforms, city platforms that we will have in the future. And the picture on the right side is showing that for a moment we are, I believe, on the level where we have a lot of data. But data is not sorted, is not arranged, it's not presented in a good way. And we don't understand it fully out, which means that this is a challenge for new models, business models to occur. But I think that we are on a good way to sort those things, not only in Växjö, but in other cities as well. So, Crossways Växjö and the ecosystem, what is this project about? Before I go into the project, I will just briefly talk about what the smart city is actually. And this example is taken from Vienna, Austria. And we can say the smart cities can be defined as integration of the data and the digital technology in a strategic approach to reach sustainable goals and to improve citizens' well-being and economic development. So it's all about creating sustainable solutions and more values for the citizens that are using cities, of course. And somewhere there in the periphery, we are aiming to reach climate goals that we have at 2030, usually 2030 goals. Smart cities are usually, when we talk about smart cities, we talk about different modules that are integrated in one city platform. And those modules are related to energy. So we have a smart framing, smart energy system, or smart energy as such. We talk about smart buildings, smart service and smart governance, smart mobility, waste management, and so on. And for many cities, what happens around those modules are exactly the same that we observed around the building, is that we are creating silo data for each of the solutions. And it's not good. What we are trying to achieve in the Crossways Växjö project, this is simply an ambition to develop smart and climate neutral district. Innovation and digitalization are used as the main drivers for the ecosystem, where sustainable solution will form the district. So this means that in this project started together with Skanska Södra Combitech and Växjö municipality, where we look into the part of the city and we started with the solutions. What kind of solutions do we actually can have in place that can help us realize or that can help us achieve the climate goals that we have in the Växjö municipality. And this is the first time, I believe, ever, at least in Sweden, that we are building city starting with the solutions rather than we are placing the houses in the district, which is really, really interesting. And how this work? Yeah. We had a given vision, and that's part of the being climate positive or climate neutral to start with. And we used that was a vision. We used that as input. We had also our global UN goals, 17 goals that we used as input, and we created the conditions for various innovative solutions. We defined it ecosystems and open opportunities for new business models that can generate added value for all actors. But we looked into it is that we started talking with all actors around the cities that we believe could contribute, and with actors we mean both private and public companies, universities as well. And we started looking into how we can connect dots, meaning that we connect two actors or three actors together to create more value. Because the ecosystem, the main idea behind the ecosystem is that the ecosystem raise up they start to develop because there is no single actor that can make solution by themselves. And by using global 17 goals, though, and by understanding the need of different actors, inclusive citizens, and by understanding the capabilities of those actors, what they can do and can not do, we looked into different constellation, into different ecosystems. What can we create together, though? Which kind of the solutions we can create in the different models of the smart cities. So we are looking a lot into energy sector, energy and environment. We are looking into the platform and digitalization, but also into the mobility, urban planning, and healthcare as well. So this constellation or collaboration between Skanska Söderkommun, Växjö kommun, Wingårds, and so on, it developed pretty soon into this collaboration, where we have Siemens Länstrafiken that's providing transportation, responsible for transport from mobility. We have Micropower, we have SSAM, Region Kronoberg, and IKEA, Växnet as well, and so on. And we see that all of the actors have been really interesting because they've been participating in city development in early stage, which means that this can give them a possibility to introduce a new business model and to change the current way of working in their own companies. This is the canvas that's actually communicating the vision of the cities. So I will not go into the details into this one. You can find this one at our homepage, crossways.se. But simply what we can see on the left side is where we are now. On the right side is the wanted position, and in the middle is how we're going to get there. What we see on the left side, on the left corner, there are a lot of silos, and those are representing actually, those silos are representing the public and private sectors and universities as well. So everyone works in own silos. What we are actually willing to do or trying to do is by using different lead words that have been identified in the dialogue with different actors. We are trying to transform those silos and we are trying to find a way to work more in in the collaborative way, but we call it competition game, so to say, meaning that we will both collaborate but also compete within the same ecosystem. And this is really interesting. On the bottom of the left side, there is people that are trained for different tasks. This means that each of the actor actually need to develop new capabilities, because they're working in the ecosystem by providing solution needed to meet the climate changes or climate goals that we have, will require new capabilities on the different actors. And this means that we need to improve at each actor, more or less. On beside that, we have also the way how we're going to share the data. So on the bottom of the middle section, where we have the water, we show that the platform will be developed and the data will be shared. We will work a lot with the open data as much as possible. And on the top of the middle section, we can see that there is people talk to each other and in front of the dashboard, meaning that we will have a portfolio and do some kind of prioritization on the initiatives, because we will not be able to do everything at the same time. And below that picture, below that island, we have island where we hand over actually the projects to those that can have a best benefit for this project, for own company, or even if it's the public sector. So they will take a lead and drive initiative further on. So on the right side is a different idea around the different solution that has been discussed. So what we can see, everything from, for example, distributed healthcare or virtual healthcare, different kind of the mobility solutions. We have discussed different kind of energy solutions. We talked about flexible buildings, platforms, and so on. And for each of those modules, we expect a lot of data to be created, and this data needs to be integrated in the city platform somehow. So what we wanted to start with is energy, because it's a low-hanging fruit, and ecosystem around energy is involves also different actors. So we have Skanska, ICA, Micropower. We have Siemens, IKEA, Vexnet, and the university that have been interested in the energy development from different point of view. We believe that value can be created to different actors, mostly for municipality, citizens, transport provider, hospital, different companies, and so on. And what we agreed upon in this project is that we will look into the 4 different energy solutions. The first is a local energy production. So this district will be actually producing own energy and consume that energy by itself. So self-sufficient. We also looked into the smart energy hub for power regulation and energy control. We looked into the energy storage and the way to balance heating and cooling. So really interesting. And in the addition to that one, we looked into, or are looking into, platform. So all the data that will be generated, or not all the data, but the relevant data that will be generated around those different energy solutions, we would like to integrate it in one single platform, meaning that what we have on the left side here are different solutions from different actors. We would like to integrate that into one, and we would like to start understanding the data around energy model for the city to see how this can be generated through the marketplace, and how we can facilitate the digital ecosystems and create new services, new apps, and new solutions to different actors. In the future, of course, we would like to integrate mobility solutions, water supply, communication, research, tourism, commerce, different industries, and so on. Of course, depending on what data can be shared and what can be provisioned and what new business models can arise. But that's the future. So if you would like to know more about the project, Crossface Växjö project, you can visit the homepage called Crossface Växjö, or you can give me a call or send me an email, and I will be more than glad to answer all your questions. So thank you for my time, and I hope I see you on a live session really soon. Thanks.
All right, so Zenedin's not here to answer questions, but even though I would like to ask for a round of applause to him. Thank you. Now we're going for the next speaker, who is Didem Bro. She's online, but we're gonna watch her video first, and then she will be online for the questions. She is a computer scientist with a PhD in mechatronics, currently working in the DesignX research lab at Stanford University with Mari Skłodowska-Curie Fellowship on human-centered and sustainable cyber-physical systems. And that's what she's going to talk about. How can we build better intelligent systems?
Hello. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me for this talk. I'm really happy to be here. My name is Didem Bro. I'm a Marie Curie Fellow, and I am currently with Stanford University. I'm a computer scientist with a PhD in mechatronics. So I clearly love technology and enjoy talking about the future and the emerging technologies. My research work aims to provide data solutions, methods, and methodologies to aid decisions related to cyber-physical systems. The main focus of most of my earlier research is on challenges such as interoperability, sustainability, and complexity of cyber-physical systems. And these studies are generally comment on technical solutions and suggestions for integrating these systems, assessing their performance, and suggesting ways to deal with the complex nature of these systems. Yet today's talk will focus on design phase of cyber-physical systems, underline the importance of data-driven approaches, and criticize the current engineering practices. Because more than being a computer or data scientist, I'm also a concerned citizen who cares about the world and nature. I'm a teacher who wants to give new tools to the next generation to deal with this new world that we are building one system at a time. For that reason, my life is full of dilemmas. On one hand, I want all of us to use data, the new technologies and tools. On the other hand, I get disappointed when they are not designed for all of us to benefit, or the social implications of them are not considered. I want more integration, more interaction, more insights, but I do not want equality, diversity, inclusivity, or ethical principles to just disappear. So today, I want to welcome you all to my world. I will firstly remind us how we have come to this point by presenting a brief history of industrial revolutions. Then I will introduce you a few examples of cyber-physical systems. We will talk about this weird thing called data and try to understand how we are treating it today. We will look at some of the dilemmas of data, and hopefully I will have enough time to tell you what we as individuals, institutions, or organizations can do to navigate better in this new world by introducing a few principles and the 3 favorite mindsets of mine. Let's start with a short history and look at a series of industrial revolutions that changed the world. The first industrial revolution was essentially started when we discovered how mechanization, water, and steam power can help us to do all kinds of interesting things. Then from the late 19th century into the early 20th century, mass production, assembly lines, and electricity advanced manufacturing and production. This enabled the widespread adoption of technological systems. We call this technological revolution. Later, at the beginning of the 1950s, the third industrial revolution brought semiconductors, computers, and automation, the digital revolution. Today, we are experiencing the fourth industrial revolution. We have interconnected systems through the networking technologies. It's evolving at an exponential rather than a linear pace, and it is disrupting almost every industry in every country. This new era is cyber-physical systems driven. These systems are integrations of computation, networking, and physical processes with feedback loops, where physical processes affect computations and vice versa. Cyber-physical systems are already part of our lives today and will be there in different forms in the future. I have chosen a few examples that I had the chance to work with. They come from different industries, so it can be nice to see how diverse these systems are. One example of cyber-physical systems is integrated transport systems. Essentially, what this means is sharing information between different modes of transportation systems, including autonomous vehicles, such as cars and drones. Another example is, for instance, the autonomous automated warehouses, where different types of robots collaborate to fulfill some supply chain related tasks. Other examples include smart factories or smart cities and infrastructure. These systems are changing how we live, work, move around, and even how we think about services that we receive. As you can see, these new systems have a few common characteristics. They are connected, autonomous, and intelligent. And all these abilities are possible because today we can collect, store, and analyze huge amounts of data that we were not able to do before. After working with these systems for years, I have learned a few things that I want to share with you today. One very important lesson that I learned is about the data. Many calls data as the new oil. I hope that we can find a better metaphor and create a better future direction for data. Even though the oil-driven revolution fueled many industries and helped the world to advance, the waste of this revolution, the greenhouse gases, and the effects on climate change is the biggest problem that is threatening the future of this planet. When we look at some instances, even the very mature technology providers who are leading the data-driven revolution are having difficulties to deal with the changes around data. As a result, chatbots are turning to racists, autonomous cars are running red lights, and many are spending incredible amounts of investments and time to short-term solutions. I will try to explain 5 dilemmas of data that I come across a lot while I was working with cyber-physical systems. I believe that these are also some of the root causes of these unfortunate events that we just talked about. The first dilemma is about collecting data, but in a sustainable way. Collecting enough data while considering the privacy, security, anonymity. Storing data, but not consuming tremendous amounts of energy. Currently, we are collecting everything, but not really using this data. It may sound surprising, but 80% of the collected data is unstructured, and 55% of it is called dark data that no value is derived from. The second dilemma is more about sharing data. This surprises me a lot, especially industries and organizations that are not really fully digitalized yet. This question around sharing data is always one of the last questions that people ask. Who can I share my data with? How can I make my data available to others? How much? How long? Sharing or not sharing? The real value of cyber-physical systems, which will make the world hopefully a better place, cannot be achieved without interoperability. And interoperability is not possible without sharing. Trusting data is another example. We want to use data, learn from it, but can we really learn from data without checking the quality, being aware of the biases of it? One cannot trust the results if they don't know the limitations of the data. This includes considerations related to responsible data and ethical use of it. Volume of data is kind of an old problem, yet it is still valid. Not only high volume of data is very resource intensive, but also sometimes narrow data sets are more effective and informative than complex big data sets. Today, we still build systems without creating well-taught data models. Last but not least, the role of humans in highly intelligent, data-driven processes is an important point to make. How much to automate? For whom? How to control the automated decision-making through artificial intelligence, for instance. This part is going to be vital for the next generation systems that our current engineering practices are not even close to have necessary frameworks for considering this. We can tackle these dilemmas by changing our challenges by building structural changes that will help us to get the most out of our data. As data has its own limitations, engineering discipline as a whole, and we, our organizations, also have similar limitations. To be able to exist in this new world, we need to reconsider our organizational structures. Data should be at the core of organizations. We should think about how to collect, create, integrate, and analyze this valuable resource. This should include providing continuous skills development programs for everyone to increase the ability of individuals. We need to improve our digital capabilities as well as change the culture and improve adaptability of our organizations. We should be able to try new approaches, new technologies, tools, instead of waiting for the perfect ones to arrive. Now, we know very well that the most of the learning happens when we try new things, regardless if the resulting system fails or succeeds. This perspective to allow people to learn new skills and try new things may help to develop data and technology fluency that our organizations need very urgently. We should create better processes and well-defined data procedures to manage the data, which could help us to deal with the dilemmas that we mentioned in earlier slides. We need to consider more sustainable ways to work with data, build better data models to do not collect unnecessary data, and certainly be more mindful about data privacy, ownership, and similar rights of the individuals. Our processes should not lose the whole when we work on smaller parts. They should be aligned with this bigger picture. Cyber-physical systems are highly technological systems, but they interact with people, and the social implications of these interactions are as important as the technical aspects. And lastly, we should start to shift our mindsets. A new mindset for an engineer, a new mindset for an organization, a new mindset for the scientists and all. This last point is perhaps the most important, but least technical one. Before concluding this talk, I want to talk about this last point a bit. We have discussed the brief history at the beginning of this talk and talked about how interconnected this new world is. In this interconnected world, change is occurring ever more rapidly, and the boundaries between industries are blurring. Cyber-physical systems are expected to not only take smart decisions, collect sustainable data, drive better operations, but also be part of systems or ecosystems. This is quite new and challenging to our traditional engineering practices, and we need a shift. What do I mean by shifting our mindsets? I believe that many technology or data-related issues that we have discussed are more than only technological problems. Most of the challenges around the data can be solved with already existing tools. But unfortunately, our organizations are not able to ask the right questions to find out the right answers. And the ability to ask the right questions depends on many factors. I will briefly go through 3 mindsets and ways of thinking: systems mindset, design mindset, and futuristic mindset, and try to explain how they can help us to deal with the challenges we are facing. If we agree that the 4th industrial revolution is here and it is exponentially growing, if we accept that the future will be cyber-physical systems driven, intelligent, autonomous, and connected, we need to also accept that the world is full of system of systems. When dealing with interconnected systems, understanding the whole system and dynamics between different parts of it is very important. System thinking is a great methodology to deal with these concerns. In systems thinking, we consider how the behavior change, look at events, patterns, structures, and mental models, identify causal loops and connections. We move from disconnections to interconnections, from linear thinking to circular thinking, from silos to emergence, and we value the relationships and synthesis more than isolations and analysis. If we can understand this systemic perspective and acquire systems mindset, we can discover a lot of opportunities when it comes to cyber-physical systems. To be able to ask the right questions, we need to provide an environment that we hear the problems. And we need to be able to listen. The other important new perspective for cyber-physical systems is the human-centric design. Our current engineering practices are traditionally requirements-driven, and the user experiences is very far under this process. Cyber-physical systems are certainly product of interdisciplinary efforts, and we are getting used to that. We should also make it part of our processes to include users early in the process, because users' experience matters. We should start to design our cyber-physical systems with people for people. Design thinking methodology can help us to do that. The design thinking methodology reminds us that we should always start with the why question and encourage us to empathize with the users of our systems even before defining the problems. Sometimes we lose track of putting the people at the center of our cyber-physical systems design because we focus on using a specific new technology. Technology is a tool, not the goal. Similarly, data is a journey, not a destination. As we saw with the fossil fuel example, many of the problems we are dealing today were the solutions of the yesterday. To stop this vicious cycle, we need to act differently. We need to be able to take a step back and see how different technologies, trends, solutions, and decisions may affect the future. We tend to think that everything is changing at the same speed. Yet, we have experienced far many times how in this interconnected world can turn upside down with only one event. I mean, look at the effects of the pandemic. None of us were prepared for this. We know that the cyber-physical systems will share data with each other through new ecosystems. They will contribute to make the world even more connected by enabling the device level, embedded systems level connectivity. Whenever we have ecosystems, we have complexity, we have chaos, and we have unpredictability. Therefore, we should always have this future perspective in mind to detect the threats, opportunities, and prepare different strategies for unexpected situations and events. These mindsets has the potentials to help us to understand how the world is changing. We all are contributing to this change by research, by teaching, by even small conversations. My experience on studying the future intelligent systems taught me the importance of the big picture. We cannot give same education, use same processes, focus on same problems, do as usual, yet expect different outcomes. We all need to be systems thinkers, design thinkers, and futurists. Observe this rapidly changing world, listen to each other's perspective, and position ourselves to make the best future possible. I would like to thank you for listening me, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Didem. Am I muted? Is it okay? Does it work? Yeah. Okay, so Didem is online with us, and so we can take a couple of quick questions if you have some. Yeah, Vels?
Thank you for this analysis. I'm happy to believe that this analysis is all true. Now, my question would be, do you have some concrete tools, some concrete advices to not just analyze the world that we are in, but handle the situation? What would be, so to say, your call for action? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me. Great. It's a great question. Yes, can we do something about it and what we should do, basically? I wanted to highlight that we need to start with changing our mindsets because far many times I come across so many use cases that we think that let's collect the data and then we do something about it. Hence the earlier presentation, earlier talk that 90% in built environment is not used. We have so many sensor data that no one is using. We don't know how to use it, especially, for instance, civil engineering as a field has no capabilities to use that amount of sensing data. We didn't teach civil engineers, construction engineers this. And it is same when we look at different case studies from all around the engineering field. And we have computer scientists who can work on this amount of data, which are used to use these tools. Yet they don't know the use cases, the details of the challenges and so on. So basically the main thing that I wanted to focus with this talk was that there is a big mismatch. There is an alignment problem. What we are teaching, what tools we are getting familiar during our engineering experience are not anymore valid for the problems that we are dealing in this big scale when we talk about integrated transport systems, for instance, or when we talk about automated warehouses where different robots needs to collaborate with each other. We don't know how to solve these problems. So what we tend to do is that take a use case, minimalize, generalize, simplify the case, define a really specific problem, so then we can solve it. And that is surely in this setting one way to tackle with it, yes, but is it really representing the complexity of the real problem? And in most of the case, I don't believe that it is. It is a contribution. Yes, we are doing something, but we should be prepared to do more. So the first thing that I want everyone to work on is that changing their mindsets. That's what this talk was about. And it is like we should now, all engineering field, think that any product that we are building, big or small, is going to be connected with other products that other people are building, big or small. We don't have this systems mindset. We think that we will build, like before, we will build a mechanical car and it will run. But now the cars, 80% of it is electronics and computers anyways. So it is completely different product than how we used to build it in 20, 30 years ago. The other thing is that, as I said, like the systems thinking is important because we need to understand that there is an ecosystem and we are going to contribute, be part of that ecosystem. And most of the time, we don't even know about this ecosystem. And there is no one stakeholder who can know this kind of a complex thing. The other thing is the design thinking. We are trying to solve problems. We focused on solving problems in engineering for so long that we forget about all the fun. To think creatively, to think out of the box. Sometimes maybe the solution is not autonomous vehicle, maybe it is something else. But we don't ask the question at the beginning. We just want to work on an autonomous vehicle. And then we lose that the real value of what engineers need to do to make the world a better place. This looks like a very luxury thing for all of us to think about. We all have deadlines, we have our requirements, we are driven by all this. So we forget what is our role in this society. So yeah, I mean, basically what I am suggesting to do as a first step is just take a step back and look at the big picture. Try to understand what is my role in this company, what is this company's role, what is my students' role, and then think a bit differently. And I am sure I found myself that I did that quite a lot, that I realized different things. I had different agendas because of this kind of shifting my mindset and thinking differently. So I believe that everyone will have at least a chance to do this practice and see things that we are not able to see today. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
I do.
Okay,
Hello.
first of all, thank you for your presentation and looking to the situation from another point of view. But to be honest, actually, I'm kind of a fan of let's collect the data because sometimes I mean research questions come out when you collect the data and when you look at the data. I mean, you do not have any research question. You have the data, you look at the data. You play with the data, you do some pre-processes, and then lots of research questions come out from the data. The research question that you do not know about them beforehand, and they come out when you collect the data. I mean, how about this situation? I mean, what about this situation?
Another great question. Thank you very much. So I want to highlight, I am data scientist. All of my contribution in research has been that because I had the data. And sometimes, in many other cases, when I try to look at different research problems, like interoperability between different systems, I didn't have the data. Then I ask people, so who knows where the data is? Can I get that data? Do you know who I can contact to give me information about that data? And then day by day, I learned more and more that if you ask a difficult question, you can come across far many times again that either the data is not existing or it existing in all silos all around the organization in different databases, in different formats. It's too much work to take the data, integrate it, drive decisions out of it, and so on. So I have papers that I said people that, oh, we are not collecting enough data. So doing a research and collecting a data to make a research and saying, having the luxury to say, let's collect everything that comes our mind today, and later maybe we discover something, is a luxury. And as researchers, we have that luxury. We should have that luxury, isn't it? That's our job, is to explore things. And Einstein said that if we knew what we were doing, we wouldn't call it research, isn't it? However, being an industrial company, manufacturer, automotive company, and so on, and acting like that is what I am against. Because I think that as an institution, an organization, a company, in this age should already have very well-defined data strategies, know their limits, and they know what is their research problems, and tackle that in a more systematic way. So you and me as a researcher collecting 10, 20 terabytes of data to produce some research paper is not the problem. It is tremendous amount of data that has been collected by industrial companies for years that is not used. They don't know what to do with it either now, today, and the consequences on what nature, climate change, energy consumption, and all social questions around it. That is the problem, but that's what I believe. Thank you.
Great. Let's thank our speaker again, please.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Didem. Well, we're now 15 minutes over the time, so we will have our coffee break until 3:15, and then we push everything forward later because we have some buffer at the end. So yeah, we can have a half an hour coffee break. I think you guys deserve it. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. It's good that he has this, because then you really know if he can hear you or not from the microphone. Okay, so we're gonna start. I decided. Okay, guys, welcome back from the coffee. I hope it was good. And now we're gonna start the session called DISA 1 Year in Review and Future Plans. And this basically the main, let's say, responsible for each of the thematical groups of DISA are going to talk a little bit about their work for this past year. We have about 12 to 15 minutes per speaker, and we may or may not take questions during this time, depending on how much time each of the speakers take in each of the thematical groups. So it's up to the speaker to end a little bit early so that we can take questions. But if not, then we just move on with the next one, okay? And our first one is Professor Mikko Laitinen, our professor here at Linnaeus University. So please take the stage.
Okay.
Now that's good.
Okay, now it's good. Yeah, Professor of English Linguistics and the coordinator for the DISA DH, so Digital Humanities. I'll briefly say, highlight one big thing that the DISA DH group was able to achieve this year. Of course, there are a number of things, very active publications, but really big announcement to make, in a sense, in terms of achievements. But other than that, I'll basically look beyond 2021, because I've been in DISA from day one, and this has given, broadened the research perspectives in humanities tremendously. And I want to sort of talk about the future plans as well. So basically, what we are as DISA DH, we're of course one of the thematic research areas of DISA, and basically aiming to answer one big question is that how can societal big data from memory organizations, text corpora, social media data, or metadata from social media, registered data, and so on, how can they be used to better understand society and us humans? And that's the sort of, in a very much in a nutshell, what digital humanities is. We are part of also sort of a big paradigm shift in the humanities, and this is really important to understand in this type of, interdisciplinary or transdisciplinary consortium like DISA, in a sense that where traditionally humanities research has not been very data intensive. Whereas what we try to do with, for instance, Professor Jukka Tyrkkö and myself and other people in DISA is really to introduce and gear the humanities research much more towards being data-driven, algorithmic, computational. And this leads us to very sort of leads us to answer rather complex questions, in a sense that, or many of the questions that we try to answer in our research, like the big question that was on the previous slide, are so complex that they require inter and transdisciplinary collaboration. So basically using computational and algorithmic methods to understand the phenomena in the humanities. But also so that what we can offer from the humanities perspective, from the perspective of individuals and individuals in group, can actually be rather significant in terms of when AI tools and solutions are developed, in a sense that we can contribute quite dramatically on how people behave in certain types of situations. So basically, I see this collaboration in DISA as a two-way street. Computational and algorithmic competencies contributing to our research, and our research contributing to developing various kinds of computational and digital solutions. But when I mentioned this, that this is, even though it might sound as a sort of a rather simple thing, this is a huge paradigm shift ongoing right now. And I took the liberty of having a kind of a visualization from Australia, actually from a creation of an Australian infrastructure in biology, where biology was, it is in many cases, and I say this as a sort of a totally from a non-expert perspective, but I would imagine that biology is very much like humanities research in many ways, in the sense that it's been traditionally carried out individually, in this type of sort of a, wet lab environment. A single biologist goes somewhere to explore squirrels or whatever I don't know what biologists, explore. So basically, they've been sort of working alone, pretty much like us in the humanities for quite some time. But there's also a similar type of shift in biologies ongoing. Is that together increasingly sort of a data-intensive solutions are being used. So basically, there's a development and evolution, if you allow this metaphor, in biology, from wet lab environments towards more data-intensive methodologies. And maybe after data-intensive approaches, the next step in biology is towards sort of a bioinformatics intensive, in a sense where researchers become fully dependent on advanced computational and digital solutions. And the last step in the process in biology is that where people are sort of become developers of tools, for instance. And I've used this because this rather nicely highlights the evolution also in, hopefully also in the humanities, where we've traditionally worked alone. And I guess increasingly in many fields, English linguistics being at the forefront, we've been sort of a data intensive for quite some time, but we haven't really taken these last two steps yet. Well, there are some people, who are maybe more advanced than the others, but I think this is where we are increasingly moving on in the humanities as well. This is, by the way, from my colleague Martin Schweinberger from the University of Queensland, who kindly shared me this image, sort of which rather nicely highlights the evolution of many fields in the humanities and also in biology. But this is the kind of the big shift that we're dealing with, and I think it's very important for everybody who collaborates with us and with whom we collaborate to understand this type of a really important development. But now looking back at the macro level, at the level of the group itself, this is a quote from my last year's presentation. It's in the quotation marks, where I wrote that there's a strong involvement in the European level DH research infrastructure activities. This is what we were doing a year ago. And primarily Professor Koraka Golup and myself, Koraka here in Sweden, and me in the Finnish context. And I'm glad to announce that at least one part of this was achieved during this year when LNU became part of the national or Swedish research infrastructure in digital humanities, HUM-Infra, led from Lund, but Kora as the main person from LNU involved in this, together with 11 other units, or Lund and Linnaeus and 10 other units, because it consists of 12 units nationally. So it's just a sort of a very important milestone in many cases, facilitated by our background in DISA and our existing contacts within the DISA setting. This is something that I wanted to highlight because it was a major achievement. And of course, we've been very active in terms of publishing. We publish, or the group actually publishes rather constantly and very consistently over the years, and we're very proud of that, because there's a sort of a tradition of us being very active in this field. Jukka Tyrkkö and myself, we've launched a new book series by Bloomsbury Academic that deals with the sort of a digital language, any language intensive fields in digital humanities and data sciences. We hope that the first volume will come out sometime next summer or so. We're right now in talks with the commissioning the first volume in the book series. So a lot has been going on, a lot is going on in this area and in the research group. But lastly, I wanted to take a sort of a micro level perspective, looking at my own research, because as I said, I've been involved in DISA from day one, and it's been a journey, and it's really been a super interesting journey in many ways. The core of my research has focused and still focuses on a very simple question: is that how do innovations spread? Innovations, they can be anything. For me, innovation is a linguistic innovation, but it can of course be a product, or it can be a thought, or any kind of an idea. And innovations are actually fuel to our society. We know this from centuries or millennia ago, is that the innovations, are something that define mankind and womankind in a sense. And we also know in many ways that social structures condition how innovations spread. Social factors are a very important player in this. The way we organize our networks and the way we organize our lives. The problem from the humanities perspective is that the methods that we have traditionally used in tracing innovations, they fall short of in terms of size and scope of methods. Basically, we've used manual methods, or many researchers in the humanities used manual methods that basically do not give us an access to networks whose sizes would match the sizes of real networks in real life, because manual methods do not really work. We have a limit on how many people we can contact and how many people we can observe. And yes, and therefore we've used social media here because, and again, one of the benefits of this type of inter and transdisciplinary collaboration is that we now have people with whom we can access large amounts of data from social media. But there comes a problem, is that social media are in many ways rather interesting, because they can actually give us access to real networks and very large networks. But there's one important component missing from social media, is that, somewhat sarcastically, they don't contain any social information. Or when they do, they're actually self-reported information, like names that social media users give. Name can be anywhere. I can portray myself on social media as somebody else. Or oftentimes they're proprietary information. They're not shared by social media giants. So what we've been doing, this past year, and what we'll continue to do, is that we're trying to find methodologies and try to develop methodologies of how to sort of enrich social media data, big social media data, with properties that could be used as proxies, as a substitute for the missing information. We've built a large consortium during this past year, and the consortium actually consists of basically who's who in social media and social network studies. People like Robin Dunbar, for instance, from Oxford, who's done a lot in terms of various, like sort of a charting what's the size of human networks in general. or Kimmo Kaski's group from Aalto University, who operate with a very massive telephone data set of I believe 13 billion telephone calls from a European country, with rather detailed information of who called whom and how, for how long and when, and things like that. But they're actually faced with a similar type of problem. Or my group has one advantage against Kimmo's group, is that we know what is actually being discussed in our social media data. We know the content. They don't know the content, but they know who called and when. So we're faced with the rather similar type of a research question, is that how to sort of enrich the data set with some form of social parameters. And then, of course, I'm glad to say that we have existing collaboration also within DESA, in a sense that we're collaborating with the Infovis group and for instance, with Konstantin Kusher on because we want to integrate another component, the information visualization component, into this equation. In that vein, I just wanted to end this presentation by saying that we're most likely will be advertising a position rather soon, or hopefully sooner than later, of a postdoc or a very talented doctoral student who would be working with us. So if you have contacts, if you could give us a tip on somebody who might be looking for an employment starting January or February next year on a project that does exactly what I've been telling, in a sense that uses social media data to understand how societies and groups and humans work. And basically what we want that person to do is that make our social media data usable for us, improve its quality, enrich its quality, and develop tools and solutions together with this wonderful group that we've been building. So basically, that's it. If you have questions, please be in touch with me. This is my email. I'll be around today. I'll be chairing the sessions tomorrow. So come talk to me, ask questions, and of course, any tips on competent persons, we'd be more than willing to receive them. So thank you very much.
All right, our next one is Professor Giangiacomo Bravo from the Computational Social Sciences group. He's a professor at the Department of Social Studies here at ANU. Welcome, Giangiacomo.
Do you mind if do it if you think you're doing better than me? You're welcome. Is it on? No.
Fine now. Okay, I was saying nonsense anyway, so it's not a big loss. So I'm Gian Giacomo Brava, and I'm coordinating the computational social science group in DISA. And I was just saying that most of what Mikko said about digital humanities applies to computational social sciences as well. I would say it's very, very similar, up to the point that your well, kind of biological metaphor or whatever reminded me of a paper, of maybe very provocative paper written about 20 years ago, who was titled Social Sciences Are Part of Biology. And while I was basically agreeing with that, so the social sciences reacted to this paper in the usual way, totally ignoring it and just going on with business as usual. At the same time, with pressures from computer sciences, from outside the social sciences, these strange things of computational social sciences developed, and it just strange things, and I'm always kind of in difficulty when I have to explain to people what computational social sciences are. And the more these people knows about social sciences, the more it's difficult. Up to the point that now I'm just basically define them negatively, in the sense I know what we don't are. This is not what we don't are. Okay, if you had any social whatever in school, it was probably discursive, qualitative, kind of philosophical perspective on societies. Well, this is not what we are doing. We are doing something else. Many different things that basically come into this bundle, which is computational social science. So I will focus more what we are doing in DISA, not what are computational social sciences in general, because to a large extent is broad enough. And actually, I was almost liking more your definition of digital humanities as computational social sciences as the one I'm quoting here, but to me, computational social science is basically using computational methods to generate and analyze data resulting from human action, human behavior, and things produced by humans that in some way can be recorded and analyzed. Within DISA, we are doing different things, not all possible computational social sciences as well, but still, especially since last year, where the educational technology group has merged with computational social sciences, we have been quite differentiated. And actually, what I will do today is just present some examples of what we are doing, of ongoing projects, or what we are doing, just to give you a picture of the, well, different possibilities that exist within the field. So among other, we are, as I said, I mentioned there are a group working on education technology. There are other people working on environmental behavior, sustainability. There is a group which is more focused on political science, so to say, working on participation, working on polarization. Group, people, okay, we are not so large. People, and that's me working a little bit with everybody because I cannot focus on one topic. There is immigration, people working on immigration and how discourses on immigration are built, especially, but not only on social media, also, for instance, traditional media. And then that's the new things to this year is we are working on, well, kind of more health-related data or training-related data. And this is collaboration also with much of what we have listened this morning. So I will now just present 3 short examples. And in some cases, it will be, you have to ask the people really doing this work if you want to have the details. But basically, there is the group which is led by Professor Italo Masiello, who is working together with schools, together with companies providing learning platforms in order to basically improve the performance of students, but especially to improve the performance of teachers, helping teacher, for instance, in this case, to make better decision regarding their pedagogics, regarding the development of students, through some tools that are analyzing the performance of students and report this performance in a way that teachers can understand. Because of course, it was mentioned already several times today. The problem is not just having data, the problem is not just analyzing data, it's also reporting data in a way that the users, the practitioners, can understand and can use it in some way. And this is one of the main goals of the EduTech group at LNU. Then there is, for instance, this work. This is a PhD student of mine who is close to basically finishing a PhD. She will actually have the 90% seminar tomorrow, which, sorry, I won't be able to come tomorrow morning because I have to attend to the seminar. But basically, she is studying how the media are contextualizing the immigration and how and this changed, for instance, after the 2015 so-called refugee crisis. And how, depending if, for instance, if you're talking about immigrants or you're talking about refugees, you end up in completely different context and completely different also kind of debates on the more or less public space, which can be forum, social media, or the formal press. And of course, she's doing this using various forms of natural language processing, computational linguistics, and various methods. So basically textual analysis and network analysis. As the figure not so clear possibly from there is showing. And then to go to something completely different, there is the new, this is a seed project by DISA this year, and now is basically we are building a real project application. This is in collaboration with the Swedish Canoeing Federation and the Riksidrottsförbundet, so the Swedish Sport Federation, and so a company providing some services. And the goal is basically to help people to do better training at the end of the day. So, for instance, on the picture on the right, these are two young athletes competing in the World Championship early September, while the picture on the bottom is basically their distribution of earth rate of these two athletes and many others during a training camp. And that was recorded then in October. And why is this useful? For instance, because they help coaches to understand that during this training camp, they were training in the wrong way. It should be not like that, given what the coaches has in mind the moment they was writing the training. Or, for instance, another thing they discover is that they simply sleep too little. They're reporting a number of hours sleeping, which take into account that these were 4 days and they were training 3-4 sessions per day. Well, you cannot sleep 6 hours. Doesn't work. It led to a health problem in the slightly longer term. And this kind of stuff the data they are there, they just need to be collected systematically and made available to the people interested in this kind of data. And this is the goal. And we will also work a little bit with the Australian Canoeing Federation, which is a step ahead of us in doing this kind of stuff. So we hope we will able to learn from them. So, and to summarize now 2021 and the goals for 2022. So basically, we had some positive development despite another difficult year of COVID and so on. So we opened new collaboration within and outside the university with many different universities, from companies, schools, municipalities, sports federation, and so on. Especially the EdTech group was very successful in getting external grants, and we got also some internal research grants, some seed money or similar. We published many articles and conference proceedings, and we have new works in preparation. So we have a nice workflow going on. At the same time, what I personally feel can be improved is the collaboration within the CSS group, for instance, EdTech and the rest of the group, and within CSS and other group within DISA. We're already doing something with data visualization, for instance, or other things. And now I hope we will go on with e-health. But I think this will need to be improved, and we need, of course, to do better with external funds. And basically, that's also. Thank you for your attention. I don't know if there is time for question. Otherwise, as Miko said, you can email me.
Thank you very much. We have time for one quick question if we have that.
There is any.
I have a question. Yeah, please. So,
Hi. Interesting. And I like the sports things. It was difficult to see the bars. What was that? What did I measure in this training camp? You said they were.
It's very small. I mean, these are just the data that are reported by whatever sport watches, okay? These are Earth rates, and this is the distribution of Earth rates. And now, depending what kind of training, you're supposed to have a certain heart rate, more or less. And what we were simply telling to the coaches is that, take care, you're writing a training with certain heart rates that should develop certain characteristics, but your athletes put them 40 together, they just start fighting, and they're just training to another heart rate. So you need to, well, basically steer them in a way that they're doing what you have in mind. Otherwise, they will achieve different outcomes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So Yvonne is online now. Yes, can you take his microphone? Thank you, Giangiacomo. All right. All right, so we move on now to Professor Yvonne Beccherini. She's Associate Professor at the Department of Physics and Electrical Engineering at the Linnaeus University. Hopefully we will see her on the screen at some point. Huh? It's a video? Okay, so it's a video. And yeah, she's going to talk about data-intensive astroparticle physics.
Hi, everybody. Sorry not to be there with you. My name is Yvonne Beccherini. I'm a professor in physics at the University of Paris. I currently work at the Astroparticle and Cosmology Laboratory and at the Data Intelligence Institute of Paris. And I'm currently on leave of absence from Linnaeus University. I participate since 2016 to the activities of the Data Intensive Sciences and Application Center at Linnaeus University. So first of all, what is astroparticle physics? Astroparticle physics is a sub-branch of physics dealing with the understanding of the universe through the detection of gamma rays, neutrinos, gravitational waves, and cosmic rays. Therefore, one can say that astroparticle physics is by definition a cross-disciplinary subject. In my group, we are specialized in data analysis aspects, and since 2009 also in machine learning applications. We develop methods to analyze data and obtain results, basically just until now in the field of gamma ray astronomy. We have more than 20 publications with direct contributions, and concerning machine learning, we have 2 peer-reviewed publications using supervised machine learning. The first one is from 2011. This method, a method developed for gamma ray astronomy. And this method, this analysis method, has been used for about of the order of 20 papers, then for discovery papers or characterization papers. We have also a more recent publication in the Journal of Instrumentation, which is a full analysis strategy developed for wide field of view gamma ray astronomy. So my work can be summarized in 3 scientific contexts. The first one is wide field of view gamma ray astronomy. This field is currently covered by the Fermi telescope in the energy range from 100 mega electron volt to 300 giga electron volt, and the ground-based observatory HAWK, which has a very high threshold of the order of 1 tera-electron volt. We have 2 projects in the context of the research and development of a project which has been initiated by me at Linnaeus University, which is called Alto Comet. Alto Comet is a new technology using particle detectors and atmospheric Cherenkov light detectors for the optimization of high altitude wide field of view observations of gamma rays. The 2 projects, the 2 machine learning projects that we have in Alto Comet are called SEMLA and Deep Comet. The second scientific context is pointing gamma ray astronomy. So gamma ray astronomy can be done in 2 ways, with wide field of view detectors or pointing telescopes. So as you can imagine, the techniques are quite different because with pointing gamma ray astronomy, you need to point at a specific position of the sky. Instead, with wide field of view gamma ray astronomy, you can cover something of the order of 30 degrees of the sky simultaneously. So in the context of pointing gamma ray astronomy, we have projects in the HESS telescopes and in the future CT observatories. The machine learning project associated with this scientific subject is called FIBER. Then the third scientific context is the context of understanding the neutrino-gamma connection. So from the universe, we receive gamma rays, a copious amount of gamma rays, initiated in cascade episodes, cascade events, let's say, in the universe. And also we expect that neutrinos are produced in the same particle cascades. So what I propose here is an indirect approach based on statistical inference. And this project is aimed to the characterization of the astrophysical sources around the arrival direction of cosmic neutrinos detected by IceCube. And this machine learning project is called CONIC. So what are the typical problems to solve in astroparticle physics? The first one is the reconstruction of the parameters of the events that we detect. And this is normally a regression problem. So for instance, we want to reconstruct the energy of the incoming gamma rays from the universe reaching the atmosphere. And here on the left, you can see an example on how machine learning can help in developing quite quick procedures to reconstruct the energy. On the x-axis, you have the simulated energy, and on the y-axis, you have the estimated energy through a procedure of machine learning. So then also, this is quite recent in astroparticle physics, there is also the application of deep learning, where we take directly the footprints of the images of gamma rays on the ground, and we try to reconstruct the energy directly from the images themselves. Another typical problem to solve is the extraction of the rare signal from a huge amount of background, which is equivalent to finding a needle in a haystack. So what we do is that we develop powerful analysis methods which use machine learning classification in order to classify the signal from the background. And what I can say here is that most of the time a supervised learning with predefined features work very well. Another typical problem to solve in astroparticle physics is the acceleration of the simulations. So in physics, when we need to perform a measurement, we need to simulate the physical phenomena and the response of the measuring apparatus. This simulation can take an enormous amount of time sometimes, because you need to simulate all the possibilities, all the different way of detecting the events, etc. So in this regard, in astroparticle physics, we start using generative adversarial networks in order to be able to simulate events more quickly. So now I will briefly talk about the projects, ongoing and future projects in astroparticle physics. The first one is called signal extraction using machine learning for AutoSembla. And this is, so we have a publication on this, and this is about a full procedure of data analysis from data cleaning, filtering poorly reconstructed events via classification, gamma hadron discrimination, and the energy evaluation via regression. So we use different methods in machine learning to extract this needle from the haystack. The second project I would like to talk about is Deep Comet. So this deep learning for AutoComet, where we take the footprint of the showers and we try to reconstruct directly the parameters of the incoming gamma rays. So here, for instance, from the left, you can see how well we construct the energy of the incoming gamma ray, and on the right, the resolution that we have on the evaluation of the maximum of the atmospheric shower above the detector. So we have two projects with deep learning for AutoComet. The first one is a generative adversarial network to have quicker simulations, and the second is the signal with background discrimination, substituting the phase C of SEMLA. The third project I would like to talk about is called CONIC, which means Cosmic Neutrino Investigation via Source Classification. And here, the idea is that the IceCube neutrino telescope at the South Pole has given a list of neutrinos and neutrino events coming from the universe, which have a high probability of being of cosmic origin. Then on the other side, we have the data from the Fermi telescope, and which are, how to say, it's a wonderful data set because it contains now more than 13 years of data taking, so we can characterize the sources in a very detailed way. And so what this project is about finding specific, how to say, particular features in the sources which are very close to the neutrino arrival directions. This is an ongoing master project with a student from Linnaeus University, to be continued by another master student in 2022 in France, and also a PhD student. Now I would like to briefly talk about gamma hadron classification in HESS, in the HESS Pointing Telescope. So this is a project, an old project from 2010, but the analysis strategy is still in use in the HESS telescopes. So the idea here was to characterize the images of a gamma ray and the background given by the hadron, and define very new features which help in the discrimination between gamma rays and hadrons. The next step of this old project is to see if this method can be applied for the Cherenkov Telescope Array worldwide project. Then I would like to talk about another new project, which is called FIBER, which means filter before event reconstruction. So the idea is that when we detect an event in the telescopes, in the HESS telescopes, for instance, then what we do normally is that we reconstruct the parameters of these events for all the events that we see in the telescopes. But this is quite time consuming because only 1 out of 99 of these events is really an interesting gamma ray. The rest is just background from cosmic rays. So the idea that I propose is a little bit proposing a new way of thinking. Instead of reconstructing all the signals coming from the telescopes, just concentrate on the interesting gamma ray signals by pre-selecting the images before the reconstruction process. And this can be done quite powerfully, I would say, with deep learning. A successful implementation of this method would save an enormous amount of computing time and speed up the entire analysis procedure, and also reduce significantly the amount of real data to be analyzed. So how to do this? Of course, this is, how to say, an ideal project to be solved with machine learning. And where the with the deep learning procedure, where the algorithm is trained to recognize the images of gamma rays from cosmic rays. And this is, of course, an excellent topic for a PhD student. So I come to my conclusions. Astroparticle physics is a field dealing with large amount of data. Sometimes it's suffering from being slow in delivering results. So this is why machine learning, deep learning, or AI in general, it's really, how to say, to be considered as a good way of accelerating science, in astroparticle physics. And for the future, new PhDs and new postdocs will join my activities in Paris. There will be, of course, possibility for collaboration between DISA, the Data Intensive Sciences and Application Center at Linnaeus University, and the Data Intelligence Institute of Paris. DISA is more on applied science, the DIP is more on fundamental science, so that's a possibility to exchange experiences. So I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Yvonne. She's online, so let's give her a round of applause.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi. Yes.
Okay. We wouldn't normally have time for questions, but since she's online, I guess we can take at least some quick questions. No? Okay. And so I can ask a question then. We've discussed that before a couple of times, but I guess it's a good time as any. Do you think that all of these opportunities that you have pointed to us here are all basically opportunities for automated machine learning, or is there any opportunity here to have some kind of interactive human, let's say, human in the loop kind of a solution where the user is interacting with the system in order to come up with the results? Or do you think they're mostly just automated solutions?
I would say it's mostly automated solutions, but the input of the human is fundamental, I would say, in the sense that if you are doing, for instance, supervised machine learning and you want to define the features, you need to spend a lot of time in finding the features which contain relevant, as I say, information. So once you have the ideas, then you can implement them, and then you leave, of course, the machine do the rest. I currently don't see how you can actually interact with the algorithm while the algorithm is working. But this would be something I can think about maybe in the future, because
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So our next one is Professor Anders Olsson, from a professor in building technology at the Faculty of Engineering of LNU. He's going to talk about forestry, wood, and building technology. Welcome.
Okay, thank you very much. Does it work? Okay. Yes, I can should I present this? Okay, thank you. And I hope the microphone is working. Thanks. Yes, as you introduced me, my name is Anders Olsson. I'm a professor in building technology. And my colleague, Johan Berg of Wood and Forestry, usually have this kind of presentations for our departments, but today it's my turn. I'm happy for that. And I will say something about 3 different projects. And since I'm involved myself in one of them, and not at all in the other 2, I will actually use almost all the time for the first one. It's my advantage to have the chance to choose this since I'm presenting. So I will talk about the automatic detection of pith location in timber boards and the method to do this, machine learning, deep learning based method for the purpose. Then I will also say something about projects that Johan and others are involved in, about how to measure concentration in CO2 in forest stands, and laser scanning of forests and trees for assessment of internal timber properties. This sounds very interesting to me, and I must ask Johan more about it as soon as I get the opportunity. But I will say something. So the first project, I will do this together with PhD student Tadros Habite and Associate Senior Lecturer Usama Abdeljaber. Tadros is a PhD student in a research school called ProWood Plus, with funding from companies, especially for Tadros, the company Microtech, doing wood scanners, and the KK Foundation. So the precise work here is about determining the position for pith along timber boards, illustrated here with an example. We have a true PIF location and we have an estimate. And of course, you want to do this very accurately and very fast, such that this can be applied in industry. And why are we interested in location of PIF in relation to timber boards? Well, many other properties depend on the location of the board compared to the PIF. Wood has typically better mechanical properties further away from PIF. PIF also determines the direction of the branches in the tree, and therefore the knots in the wood material. And if we in a wood scanner can detect some peculiarity that may be rot or a crack or something else, if we know where we have the board in relation to the cross-section of the tree, we have a better chance to really see what this item that is detected is. So this is something that industry is very interested in. So here you see to the left the four sides of a wooden board. Then we have a cross-section, and around the cross-section we have drawn what we can see on the wood surface at this location along the board. You see the annual ring pattern. And of course, if you take some time and look at the images around the cross-section, you can realize where the PIF must be located. At least if you have some experience, you can see where you have the symmetries and so on, right? And we would probably, at least I can, looking only at the photographs around the cross-section, see approximately where I had the PIF. And therefore, this is the information that we intend to use to determine location of PIF with machine learning. So the idea is to feed to a network the signal, the 1D signal of the light intensity. It's going from light to dark over the cross-sections, as you can see by the blue curves. And to feed this as signals to a 1D CNN network and get as output the coordinates for PIF. That is the idea. Now, the real challenge here is to obtain the training data, because PIF can be located inside a cross-section or outside. We would need thousands of boards and board cross-sections to train the 1D CNN with, but it's virtually impossible to obtain the real training data. I mean, we can slice a lot of boards, we can measure on the cross-section, but still I must make an estimate about the location of PIF here, because in real trees, annual rings are not concentric circles. So it is really an issue to get the training data for the 1D CNN. Otherwise, when we have the training data, the 1D CNN is very fast to apply, no problem to apply in an industry process and get location of PIF at every clear wood section along a wooden board. So here's one image presenting the idea we have tried and been successful with, and that is to create our own training data from a model. So we have a model, stochastic model, generating artificial logs with not circular, but some randomness in the shape of the log cross-section, and apply the annual ring distribution in a way that also resembles what we can see in real trees. Some randomness and also some patterns where we have closer distance between annual rings further away from the PIF. And so that varies a little bit, but covered by the stochastic model and the data we have. And then we can virtually saw boards from the artificial log. And when I do that, I get the board, as we see here in the middle, where we can see the annual ring pattern in a binary image. And then we use a CGAN, a network, to apply photorealistic surfaces to this board. So we have trained a CGAN. I would show that in another slide. But then we have obtained a virtual board, and we can, for this virtual board, we also know the precise location of PIF along. We can have some crook and taper of the log. Location of PIF can vary, but it's well defined according to the model. And therefore, we can apply training here, and when we have a trained network, apply it on real boards. Works very good, actually. Just examples of log cross sections generated from this stochastic model for logs. And that model also comprises some randomness in taper and crook, because real trees are not straight and they also have a taper. And an example of a sawn board from this artificial log with this pattern. And then we use conditional generative adversarial network, a CGAN, to apply a photorealistic surface to this board. And of course, here we have to do training again, but with a reasonable amount of data. This kind of networks is the same as you perhaps have seen in other cases where one can map between like a drawing and a photorealistic image. And to get this training data, we have simply drawn these kind of binary images on top of photographs of real wooden surfaces. And then we separate the images and train the CGAN to go from photorealistic wood surfaces to the binary images. And then, of course, when we actually apply it, we go in the other direction. And yeah, when doing this, we must start with a very manual work, but then we have something that works pretty well, and we can produce annual ring pattern on photographs and just correct it. So it's easier to get more data from the first data. And this is an example of how a photorealistic surface on a fake board can look. We don't include knots in the model, only clear wood sections, but also in real boards we have many clear wood sections where we can apply this. So the final stage, of course, is to, after training of the network on virtual boards, apply it on real boards. And that has been successful. I don't have time to go into details, but I think the task is solved in a successful way. And we plan to continue this work and also include knots in the model for logs, because identification of knots on wood with scanners is a real challenge. And we think that we can help and use a similar methodology also to improve scanners in detection of knots. All right, the other two projects. I should just mention this. This is Johan Berg, together with PhD student Charlotte Håkansson. And they measure CO2 emissions in forests. They have a drone flying over different parts of forests, measuring the CO2 content. And from that, they can draw conclusions about, is this forest at this stage emitting or absorbing CO2? Seems like useful measurements to me. I will not go into further details, and I don't have knowledge to do that, nor have I time. The last thing, this is my last slide, is about laser scanning of trees or even complete forests or stands in forests to get the shape of the trees, of the logs, and from that draw conclusion about the wood quality we have in the forest. And of course, this is something I would like to get more details from Johan. Exciting, I think, that one can say something about log and wood quality from this kind of information, from scanning of forests. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have questions? I have a couple of minutes for a quick question. No? Okay.
Yeah, thank you. It's very interesting. Maybe I didn't catch everything, but when you do the training, when you take, I don't know if you took a picture, when you scan the piece of wood, do you do that, so to say, online? You cut once, and then when it falls to the side, you take a new picture, or?
The photographs we use is from a commercial wood scanner. So we have photographs along
in different sections.
Yeah, yeah, but it's put together. The board is fed longitudinally through the scanner.
Yes, yeah.
So we get the photographs of all sides all along the board.
Okay.
And then we can, of course, on the computer screen, we can draw annual ring pattern on top of that.
So you take, when they come towards you, you take a picture or something, and then it cuts, and then you.
No, what we work on is the kind of image you see on this slide. So we do not use the end cross section.
Okay.
But it's the longitudinal surfaces that is the input.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Anders. Very inspiring talk. The part where you generate photorealistic images from the schematic images needs some training data that you produce manually, right? Yes. Here you said you draw the lines over the images, so to say.
Yes.
Can you give us an idea of the size of the training data set in order to let your approach be appropriate? Or
we did manually draw every annual ring on all 4 sides of 5 timber boards.
Okay, can you translate this to
limited data, I would say.
Yeah, can you translate this to time? Is it a day's work once you have understood that this is the thing you do?
Oh,
or 2 days?
2 or 3 or 4.
But not much more than this.
It's feasible, indeed.
Thanks a lot. Very impressive.
I also want to ask a quick question. I don't know much about it, but we've been discussing a bit with Doug, the fishy stream. And I'm just wondering very quickly, when you said that you have some parameters to generate the randomness of, I don't remember exactly the term you used. Those, do you estimate them? Do you estimate them just by yourself, or do you have some way to determine what are the best parameters that you can use in order to?
I mean, to generate realistic.
Yeah, the randomness that you add to the circles and everything.
That is, I do have data where other researchers have measured the annual ring distance, every ring from bark on the south side to bark on the north side.
Right.
And then I have some basis, because then I know what is the correlation between the radius from bark to pith and from pith to bark. I have a coefficient correlation.
So it's basically a static value for the parameter that you use to generate everything. Let's say.
Yeah, I mean that is a correlation coefficient, and when I make generate logs, of course I get the different shapes and so on. It's a principal component analysis about the shape, but I cannot say that I generate log shapes that are absolutely representative to real Norway spruce logs, but it's sufficient that it contains a sufficient randomness to not make the network too sensitive.
So let's say you have a fixed seed to generate the randomness, but then of course every time you generate, it's a little bit different. Okay, good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. So the next one we have is Lars Håkansson. And I think he is here or not. Okay. Hello, Lars. Can you guys set him up, please? He is professor and head of Department of Mechanical Engineering, and he's going to talk about the Smart Industry Group.
Yeah.
Do you mind if I?
Oh, no worries.
Okay.
I'm quite nice, so that's not a problem.
There you go.
Thank you.
Put it in your pocket.
So does it work?
It works.
And how does this work?
This goes this way. This goes the other way. If you want to use this.
Oh. Ah,
this
nice.
right.
If we're lucky, it works. So I will see which glasses I will use. And that works. Well, good afternoon. Lars Håkansson is my name, and I'm from mechanical engineering. And we have a group within DISA that is called Smart Industry. And it's together with Mauro, who will be watching at YouTube later on. He's unfortunately not well today. And then my colleague Jetro, who is also in the group, he was kind to provide some photos. We have actually, due to COVID, we have actually started to accelerate this fall in the group. Now we will see if I manage to do this. And so I'm actually going to describe a little bit our focus. And it's actually a joint group between mechanical engineering and computer science. And the focus is making production and products in industry smart using cyber-physical system. And then it might be quite obvious that you need some software, computers, but you also have a lot of mechanical structures, and they need to interact in a good way. I have some nice photos of different machines and robots. I know this is my friend Mauro who made this slide. So it's interdisciplinary, and we have in the group now a fair amount of researchers, both from computer science and media technology and from mechanical engineering. So, and here we can see some areas which we would like to address. Production systems, we have that out in the industry, for instance. And there's a lot of different mechanical devices that are numerically controlled. We have machines, and we might like to modify them depending on operation loads, wear, service, material flow, etc. And we have other issues like maintenance. We would like to do, yes, sorry, I have a tendency to walk around. So you have to keep me here, bind me to the table. So basically, we would like to do maintenance of systems well planned before the break. And we would like to involve, of course, physical machineries. It can be CNC machines, it could be heavy vehicles, it can be aircraft, it can be robots, whatever. Let me see here. Now it works. Here we have a nice slide which will illustrate a little bit the idea of the project, where we have, now I will see if I manage here. I didn't. Mechanical engineering. We have a mechanical system, a heavy machinery, a front loader. We would like to be able to control that in a way. So we adjust its property to carry load, for instance. Then we need to have some sort of numerical algorithms that handle that. And we would like to have some idea about how we can communicate so we understand what is happening via media technology. And then we are lacking something here because we have a machine, we have algorithms, we can communicate with the system. And then we have a mechanical engineering here. For instance, we would like to know, for instance, how is the machine loaded? Then we need to make measurements to understand that maybe. And that means that we need to feed our algorithm with that information. And then we need to have some sort of actuation. So we change maybe the properties of the system so it can carry this load, even though it is not centered. So we maybe rearrange the structural properties when it comes to carry the load. Ska vi se. Wow, I have to look here. So during the fall, we have managed, mostly because of Diana, accelerate with 3 group meetings, where we started to have a joint meeting between computer science and media technology and mechanical engineering, where we introduced each other's to and our interest and competence, education, etc. And based on that, we continued to, me and some colleagues had some meetings to define suitable smart industry groups and profile with respect to competence and resource funding. And based on that, we got a lot of ideas about potential research questions. And we had continued with a further meeting where we started to discuss these research ideas. And after that, we have, so to say, tried to merge a lot of people have selected some of this interesting research question where there is a joint staff then from both computer science, media technology, and mechanical engineering. So we are actually starting to accelerate. But it's also like that we already have a collaboration when it comes, if we talk about condition-based monitoring, predictive maintenance concerning rotating machinery. And I think that started for a year ago during COVID times. And I think if it really comes to digitalization of industry, machines, etc., and Industry 4.0, it's not just to connect sensors to computers. You also need to know where to put the sensors to extract information. You need to know where to put the actuators, but that needs to be a combination with the design of the structural parts also, in order actually to be able to get the actual potential of a system. And that's where the real challenge is. And that is something I look forward that we actually start to gain some ground in that direction. Let me see. Now I know that. And we have a digital twin example, which my dear colleague Mauro allowed me to use. And it's actually a virtual replica of a production line where they model the line. And it includes raw material input, the process to transform the material, the machines the operator needed. And I need to read how to sheet a little bit. A long text. For running the process, the final products, and all the relationships among them which are necessary to produce and to deliver the products. Chops. And that's an example where my colleagues think, thank you, computer science and media technology is running a project. If I'm not wrong, it's a KK project. And then you might say, why should we have digital twins, etc.? Well, the thing is, you can run a control system on a machine, but you have very limited computational capacity there. Then you can run a computer which is not situated on the machine, which much greater computational capacity that can feed the other computer with information when the system changes, etc., conditions for it, etc. Or, so that's a thought. Here is another one where we are running with robot systems. It's my friend who was kind to, it's about the robot, which we will use for additive manufacturing, welding, incremental sheet forming, and assembly and bin packing. Where I actually are running a model of it parallelly and controlling it based on that. So, questions? That's good, I guess. I was faster than you.
Any questions? We have a couple of minutes.
Yeah.
No?
Yeah.
No? All right.
You're welcome. Please.
Okay. Hello, Lars. Yeah.
Hello.
So I wonder, you had a few meetings. So are you involving the industry?
We are actually going to work with involving the industry now. So you're, of course, welcome directly.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can listen to us tomorrow. So
yeah, I will be able to do that, yes. Yeah.
Okay. And that was my question,
Yeah.
because we are working with these things.
Then I can count on you, I guess.
I will see. Yeah, of course. I'm joking.
So, let's take and okay, thank you. And now we actually move on to the last talk of the day. And it's going to be Eva-Lill Nilsson, who is a senior lecturer and operational manager at the Department of Medicine and Optometry in LNU. And we're going to watch a video of her talking about e-health, improved data to and from patients.
My name is Eva-Lill Nilsson, and I am the chairperson of the eHealth Institute and the contact person for the DISA application area eHealth, improved data to and from patients. The goal for the researchers within eHealth, improved data to and from patients, is to generate new knowledge on how to model, engineer, visualize, and validate systems and tools for supporting healthcare applications. Within DISA, several doctoral students are connected to our different research groups, and this is an example of an ongoing study within the application area eHealth. It's called Using Past Data to Prevent Future Fractures. Sweden is one of the countries where osteoporosis-related fractures are most common. An underlying cause of osteoporosis-related fractures is side effects of some types of drugs. To predict the risk of osteoporosis-related fractures, a risk assessment tool has been developed and is now used in healthcare. However, anti-epileptic drugs are not included, despite the knowledge of the increased risk of osteoporosis fractures. A new type of X-ray examination to measure bone mineral density has been developed for use in patients group with an increased risk of osteoporosis, but has not been studied in patients with anti-epileptic drugs. So this project uses patient data from the electronic health record system in the Kalmar region, and an index is constructed based on the fracture risk that patients with different factors have to estimate the risk of osteoporosis fractures in patients using anti-epileptic drugs. As you will have heard by now, DISA seed projects are intended to promote and nurture excellence research, development and innovation within data-intensive sciences and applications with cross-discipline collaboration. In the application area eHealth, we currently have one seed project called Data-Intensive Analysis for Identification and Prediction of Risk Medications. The overall objective of this project is to explore the prevalence of drug combinations that can lead to an increased risk of side effects in region Kalmar County, using algorithms from JanusMed knowledge databases. JanusMed is a Swedish nationally available database that contains evidence-based knowledge and decision support that contributes to safer drug use. The SEED project will also analyze how clinically relevant the risk classifications of the systems are, and the initial exploration in the project will be supported with machine learning-based analysis with special focus on knowledge discovery. An earlier seed project within our area was called Developing the Skeleton Avatar Camera Technique, SAT, as a rapid, valid, and sensitive measurement of mobility in elderly persons. The main objective for this seed project was to explore how 3D image visualization within the skeleton avatar technique of movement patterns could be viable and supportive for mobility assessment in elderly persons in general, but also for patients with complex care needs treated, for example, in primary care. And this technique is now a subject of further collaboration and research project within DISA. A new area within DISA Health is to make use of all our unique and fantastic national quality registers in Sweden, and we have therefore started a new research network with our inaugural seminar being held on the 15th of December this year. We have a guest speaker, Professor Jan Hillert from KI in Stockholm, and he's also the chairperson of the Swedish Neuro Registry. and he will talk about the use of data from that registry as big health data, and more particularly big MS data. And MS is short for multiple sclerosis, a very serious neurodegenerative disease. The Linnaeus University is a part of the European University for Wellbeing, the EUNIWEL, and together with some of the partner universities, more specifically in Nantes in France and in Leiden in the Netherlands, we are applying for seed funding to map personal health data that is potentially available from quality registers and journal systems or accessible via mobile sensors in individuals' phones, watches, clothes, etc., for the creation of digital health twin simulation models. A digital health twin is a personalized model of your body and its physiological processes that can be used for prediction of outcomes of both specific and individualized treatments, but also preventive measures like health behavior changes. For example, you might see what the anticipated actual effects on your own body would be if you quit smoking. We also work together with Linköping University researchers and companies in the health data and health behavioral change business regarding the creation and use of these digital health twins. DISA eHealth is not the only part of the Linnaeus University that works with eHealth, and together all initiatives we have created eHealth at the Linnaeus University, a web page where we present all eHealth related projects and research at the university. So that will be the place to go if you are looking for a particular subject area within eHealth and would like to know if the Linnaeus University are doing any work in that area. Together with Region Kalmar Län and partly financed from the Swedish growth agency, Tillväxtverket, we run the eHealth Arena, which, as you can see here, is a commitment to create a common eHealth arena for business, health and social care, academia, and the public. And together we will contribute to an increased use of eHealth services, business growth in the eHealth sector, and increased efficiency in health and social care. And finally, Linnaeus University and the eHealth Arena, together with other arena-like constellations like Digital Well Arena Compare in Värmland, Leap for Life in Halland, Future Position X in Gävleborg, Blekinge Digital Health Blue Science Park in Blekinge, Livsmedicin in Umeå, and RISE, the Swedish Research Institute. We form HIOS, Health Innovation of Sweden. And HIOS is currently applying to become an European Digital Innovation Hub. And that was the initial reason for the collaboration within HIOS. But regardless of the outcome of that application, HIOS will work together to build a support system for innovation of future digital healthcare and support the digital transformation of healthcare and society at large. And that concludes my presentation, and thank you for listening.
Okay, so now we will have Velf, who will give us our closing remarks, and then, yes, and then I will actually, so that's it for me today. Thank you very much for all of you. And after the Velf, we can go out and mingle a little bit. Thank you very much.
Is that okay? Hello, hello. Am I good? Yeah. And since I'm the last act for today, I keep it short, of course. Nobody loves long introductions and nobody loves long conclusions. I just want to recap what I learned today, and maybe you have similar sorts or completely different ones. So first sessions in the morning were dedicated to e-health. We understood how AI can help healthcare and how Halmstad region has come a long way in order to collect data from different sources, in order to involve researchers that apply their machine learning technologies and eventually feed back the findings back to practical healthcare. That was very impressive, I found. The next talk was on collective data sources or distributed data sources. A lot of registries, 15 registries, distributed all over Sweden, one way or the other dedicated to data concerning our elderly population, and how we can use this as a facility in order to do research, not just on a limited scope of data that we have available, but also on a broader scope nationally and distributed over a longer period of time. The next talk was then about how, well, for me at least, the most interesting part was how could data that we have collected nationally really impact decision making, and with the COVID example, really in real time almost analyze the data that we are collecting, and then getting insight, getting knowledge about situation, getting knowledge about correlations and impact factors, and then influence and impacting our quite successful decision makers here in Sweden. Thank you, Anna, for that inspiring talk. After lunch, we had a discussion more towards smarter cities or digital twins of cities. Here the question were more about how can we build our cities smarter based on data, using either digital twin technologies and merging data with classical simulation, or on designing, developing a smarter city right from the beginning. We had then a talk where we were demanded to broaden our scope, to rethink our way we approach classical engineering projects, thinking more about systems of systems, and this way maybe getting a smarter grip on our often too narrow engineering problems. After the coffee break, we had then the summary of the achievements of 6 of the 10 DISA research groups, and it showed quite a perspective on the broad application areas that we are dealing with here at DISA. But it also showed some commonalities or common approaches to many of the different problems in the so widespread areas of applications. We always heard something like, okay, we need to make sure that we have training data, and we need to create maybe vehicles in order to generate our training data. We heard ideas of bringing together classical modeling and simulations stemming from these classical models, and the data perspective to jointly bring forward our applications and solve our problems. And the common term that came back time and again was the digital twin technology. We heard it first time this morning in the e-health area, and actually quite a nice conclusion also, and wrapping it up in Evelyn's talk, where digital twins played a role again. We had then a talk dedicated to digital twins of cities. We heard some digital twin examples from the Smart Industry group. And I promise you, we will meet that term or that technology once again tomorrow. So after a continuation of the retrospective of our research groups in the morning, we will continue this, introducing and showing you the work of our industry grad school, with a spotlight on Volvo's approach to digital twins. Per-Olof will give us a view on Volvo Construction Equipment's view on their approach to digital twins and their achievements using that technology. We will continue again with digital twins in after sales. A talk from Sigma Technology, where they used to do, they use digital twins to do proactive maintenance. And we will even see how digital twins can be used in order to mirror digitally a full production line. And this is also a talk that comes from the Smart Industry Group and takes up a case from Scania. So with that cliffhanger, I wish you a pleasant mingling and a pleasant evening. Thank you for being with us the whole day. Thanks for organizing and managing this day. Raphael, for leading us through the day. Renaud, Romain, for supporting us with the technology, the program committee, including Diana, not mentioned officially, but I know that she had a big stake in that, for putting the program together in this nice way, which makes it very easy for me to summarize today. Thank you for your attention. See you tomorrow, hopefully. Bye-bye. So